Hello guys, hello everybody. Welcome to the 5th round of the European Women's Championship. I am here with you to see the round, all by myself for now. We will have Renier joining a little bit later today. So, what is going on? What is going on in our... Oh, you cannot see the board. What is going on in here? No. Something very wrong is happening. Why does this work? Okay, now it works. Just a minor misunderstanding from my side here. Okay. So today we have Irina with 4 out of 4 and she's playing Mamadzada with the black pieces. How is this game going? What do we have here? We had a Sicilian. Okay. D4 takes knight f6 and knight of e5. Okay, bishop e7. I see Irina is in the book still. She played all this very fast. She must have it all prepared. d5. This makes a lot of sense here, no? Knight takes d5, knight takes bishop d5. And now they are both thinking. White has spent a little more time. I think I like Irina's position. It looks comfortable. Hi Daniel, hi Mutante. And Screws. We're the first one here at 2 sharp. 2 p.m. sharp. So how will White play here? She needs to develop, no? So how about what? Because on queen d2 I was going to say, but then yeah, no, probably just knight c6, no? Knight c6. I wanted bishop f3, but right now queen d8 is not much. I want to take with the rook back, no? So here White castles long, perhaps. And now we have options. Bishop f3, bishop e6. Still like Irina's position. She's getting good positions out of the opening. She's playing fast also. She's very inspired. Let's see. What other game do we have here? Fresh out of the opening as well. This game. We had a Caro-Kann here. Main line, bishop f5, okay, h4. This is theory so far. Bishop d3, knight e2, bishop d2, and queen b6. Okay, castled long, queen a6, and queen b3. I believe they still know everything here. Rook e1, castles, and bishop c1. Hi everyone. It was fun to see everyone shaking hands at the same time. I like that moment as well. I hadn't... they do shake hands then. I hadn't watched the beginning. I wasn't really focused on the beginning, very beginning. But now that you mention it, so they do shake hands. Because in the last tournament that I played, we were not allowed to shake hands. So nobody shook hands there. shaking hands before and after the game. Okay, good. One more step back to normal. Then, Laura, how is she doing here? Also fresh out of the opening. This is a very complicated line, isn't it? In the French, they are both thinking now. So bishop g5, h6 here, and then 94. Okay, I think this is all theory so far. Bishop takes. Seems that white got out of book first, and now 92 she plays. Still theory, I think. I think this is this has still been played here. Knight c6, d takes c3, and queen a5. They are all moves in this position. But what will Laura go for? Queen a5 makes a lot of sense in these positions. And then you want to take here with the queen if the knight moves. Don't know if it's the best move though. And if we take on c3, white will probably take on d4, right? Knight c3, queen takes d4 here. Knight e2, and knight c6, so all the pieces come out with tempo here. Knight c6. This doesn't look so good. Queen f4, and this pawn on e5 is a target. Don't know if we can we actually win this pawn with a move like queen c7 here? Yeah, queen c7 seems to be winning the pawn up. Oh, there's bishop b2, but that bishop on b2, isn't that bishop hanging? There's a check on a5 and nothing more, no? Okay. Let's see. Let's see what black goes for. And if pawn takes, how is pawn takes? Because this also makes sense, and I guess here bishop e4 will be the move. Pawn takes, and now which one do we take? Or take none of them and simply castle and then take e4. Yeah, it does look like a win-over. What else? On board 4 we have Danielian Sochko, and we have, what was this? The English. Bishop g2, and now Queen's Indian, knight c3, and rook e1. d5. This rook e1 move is played many times as a waiting move. I think this d4 is also possible here, and sometimes you play like this with rook e1 now, if I remember well. And rook e1 here to see what black does. No, on d5 she takes, and now plays d4, and here c5 is black's idea, which I think can be played right away. I think here there's knight a6 as well from black. Knight, something like this, bishop f4, c5, and here there are many moves. Rook c1 can be played. Here white has some ideas with bishop e5 sometimes, maybe e3, knight e2, knight f4. Basically keep the blockade in the center and take on c5 only when you are prepared. Knight d7, Bishop f4, same, a6. This move is meant against knight b5. You don't want this happening with black in many positions. Queen c2. Okay, queen c2. I guess this is possible. Rook c1 should also be possible here. Oh, as well as knight e5. So many ways of playing this. Queen c2, the queen will sometimes be misplaced here, because if the rook goes on c8 and black plays c5, the queen might have to move again. Okay, but she took here, right? So then we have this position with the hanging pawns. And what can white do now? The options here, rook c1, probably e3 is one option as well to try to block the pawns. Knight a4. The other rook can go to d1. Andrea Navrotescu, and we can see her on, oh yes, I see her in the video, in the right one. Let's see her game then. What board is she playing on? I will try to find her at least. She's black, no? She's black, it appears from the video. Board 38. Thank you. Here she is. How is she doing in this tournament? I don't have the pairing here, but I will in a moment. She lost in the first round, but she played on the first board, I remember. And how did she do afterwards? I'm going to open the results so I have them here. So board 38. She is on 2 points, 50%. I don't know who she played and whether that's good or not, but let's see how she's doing here. Yeah, and I just noticed Ellen on the next board here on 36. Alright, so she is black here, and what is going on? What was this? Was this a Sicilian? Close Sicilian? What was this? E4? No, not. Oh yes. Bishop. The Moscow variation. C4. And castle. This all makes sense. Knight d5, bishop g7. Okay. And b4 fast. Castles. Didn't this lose a pawn? What happened here? Did she fall for a trick here? With bishop h6, or is there anything she can do? I think this was a mistake. Castles? Because bishop h6, if bishop takes, there's knight f6, so she just lost the queen there. If knight takes d5 is the other option, but I think bishop g7, I attack the rook. And in case of knight c3, attacking tempo on queen, queen d2, queen c2, does it really matter? It does matter, because on queen d2, she can take on e4, but then I will go on c2 then. And takes, and queen c3, and it's still an extra pawn now. Cannot take on b4. Well, I can, but I'm not doing much. So then what? She played pawn takes b4. Maybe she can take the pawn on b4 then. Is that it? No, because knight b4. So I never had a chance of taking that pawn. Because on knight d5, bishop takes. And if king takes now, pawn takes here, now my knight is under attack, so I don't have time to take on b4. I think this was she overlooked this move. She must have missed this idea. Yeah, knight b4 and f5. She's trying to create some counterplay on the king side. And now what? What can she try? Maybe something like f4, rook h8, queen g4. But it doesn't seem like she can really create enough. The knight from e7 cannot join. Maybe with g5, knight g6. I think this is just a clear pawn for white. But let's see what's happening. Let's see what will happen here. I expect something like this to be tried. But it shouldn't be much because this knight can move and the queen will have to retreat from g4. So on f4 even something like... Wait, but now can I go d4 maybe if f4? Try to open the center. Oh, now I just want to take on e5. And what can black try? Queen g4. Pawn takes e5. Takes and queen d6. Don't trust this. Takes here. If pawn takes knight d5 or queen d6, I was thinking. Or knight takes e6 first and queen d6. Don't think this can be anything. So how can she try to create something? Something like rook h8. But it will be very difficult to really create something. Let's see someone else. Let's see some other. Okay, let's see Ellen. Streamers there be here. So what was this? This was a Queen's Gambit. Bishop g5, the exchange variation. Now she plays e3. And now bishop e7. Bishop d3. White doesn't allow bishop f5 here. Knight d7. There are some tricks here. I'm just trying to... So on bishop e7, I think... How was that idea? Queen c2 is also possible here as another move order with the idea of bishop d3. There were some ideas. Some other ideas. Bishop d3, knight d7. And here she plays h3. Interesting. Here I know queen c2. I know that knight e2 is possible and knight f3. She starts with h3 and she goes knight f3. So maybe this just transposes. Rook e8. And now bishop f4. Avoiding to get this bishop trade. She plays here, here. Queen c2 now. And bishop e6. There are some other plans that black has here which involve knight e6, g6, knight g7 and queen and bishop f5. This is another way of playing this with black. And bishop e6 is another one. Castles and bishop d6. She takes. And now she will try creating something on the queen side. So white here will play for the minority attack on the queen side, b4, b5. And for this reason she starts here with a3. a5, stopping b4. And now what? Rook b1 I expect to see on the board. With the idea of b4 next. Yeah, I will check Narva's games as well. The battle of streamers, yeah. Rook b1. Oh, she did play rook b1 actually. I did not see this. Pawn takes b4, and here b5. Because if she doesn't play b5, then b5. b5 from white, rook c1. Attack this pawn on c6. This knight can go to a4, c5. You use the weak squares, and now b5. b5 leaves this pawn on c6, but black also can do this, no? So how do you attack the pawn on c6? This is basically the plan. Knight b6 and knight c4, closing the c file. And here she goes for e4. e4. I'm not sure about e4. So the point is that if you take, she wants to take with the knight. Queen, where does the queen go? If queen c7, this is a nice trick. The bishop b5, the pawn is pinned. So she wins the pawn here. So the queen has, okay, this is her point then, because the queen has to stay here and defend c6. Queen must go to d5 then. And rook c1, what happens on rook c1? Is there any rook a2 doing anything? I think we can play rook c1. No, rook c8 is probably what black has to do here. One rook to c8. And defend c6. About equal now, because you have c6 with black, but white has d4. So maybe at some point you can even give one for the other. Not sure if that's even possible, but... Can black do anything else? She could not take on e4, but then I imagine that... What will Ellen play? Will she play e5? Or will she take on d5? If something like knight b6. She can also keep the tension, no? She doesn't need to do anything. Because if she plays e5, she kind of decides the center, and then maybe queen d7 here, or queen e7. Okay, queen d7, since maybe knight g5 is a problem. And I'm not sure what she can play for next. f4, f5, knight d2. Doesn't really look like it, but maybe. The thing is, on knight d2, rook a2 is there also. I don't think this is so good. Knight g5 instead of e4. Knight g5 instead of e4. Was this playable? I think it was. I guess here black will just play h6 or g6. And if you want to take this bishop, that's fine, because I don't think black will cry after this bishop. The knights should be better here than the bishop. Bishop on e6 was a little bad. I don't think you want it anymore. Maybe if you get the bishop pair, but now? Do we really want that bishop? Because this knight can maybe go to e5, this knight from f3, and attack c6. Knight e2, plan knight f4. Yeah, that's what I thought, that e4 was not so good, no? I wasn't sure about e4 here. I thought that she could have waited knight e2 and knight f4. Yeah, that's a typical plan. I wasn't very sure about e4 in this position. I think she rushed things with e4. Here it's a lottery, probably. High single malt. Good to see you again. Ellen just passed in front of the camera. I missed her. Did I consider playing this tournament myself? I did, but not this year. I completely kind of overlooked it. I did consider playing this event when it was supposed to be it was 2 years ago that this was supposed to be played, I think. Before the pandemic, and it was supposed to be in Mamaia. And I had it all prepared for the tournament, but then it wasn't played anymore. Then it was cancelled. Then it was supposed to be played last year, somewhere in... I think they first said that it would be in September last year, but then that couldn't happen. And now it's happening. Maybe she has the winning ticket on the lottery. Maybe she does here after e4. No, knight b6, yeah. Knight b6 makes sense. You don't really want to take on e4. So what will white do now? I want this knight on c4. I think Ellen was trying to be very annoying. Very aggressive here. Annoying too. She was trying to be aggressive, but maybe it was too soon to play e4. What do I play here with white? I didn't want to play e5. I wanted to keep e5 for my knight. That's why I don't like playing e5. I like this knight there to attack c6. If possible. Maybe rook e1. Take on d5. But if I take on d5, am I not slightly improving black's pieces? If I take on d5 here, bishop takes or knight takes, doesn't this look so slightly better for black now? And knight e5 now. But I have this pawn on d4 now, which I normally don't. Okay, now you're threatening to take on d5. Rook c8. I'm not sure about this. I'm not so sure about this anymore. It can be played for sure, but it's not exactly what I wanted for white here. Maybe even knight takes, no? But no, bishop takes, because I want my knight in the end on d5. I want to have a knight on d5 to attack on b4. That would be really, really great. Who else did we have? Oh, we have Mihaela playing Anna Maya today, who had that crazy game yesterday. And Mihaela did bounce back. She won both of her games. She's now on 2 points. Plenty of time to strike back. So we had here this move order and b3. Bishop b2, knight c6. Now she takes here, and we have could have a sort of Tarash now with d4. Takes, knight takes. Okay, is this still theory here? So here bishop b2, because otherwise d4, no? This move order is very interesting. Pawn takes, and now d4. I think bishop b5 was another option here. I think bishop b5 is also possible. Takes, and now check here, and bishop d6, and knight d2. Not bishop e2. Knight d2, castles, and now I guess bishop e2. Okay, and this knight is going to f3 later. Rook d1. Now we have these positions with the isolated pawn. I think Mihaela also likes these positions. She's a very aggressive player. And she will be comfortable here. We will see a fight. Do we have any progress here? No. Knight b6. And Ellen is thinking. How many points do I think will be needed to win the tournament? 9. Maybe, probably 9 are enough. But it all depends on Irina. Because she's now setting the tone. And if she keeps winning, then everybody will need to catch her. But probably 9 is safe to say. 9 I think. Yeah, 9 it's a good number. 9.5 out of 11. There will be some draws. By the way, how is her game going? So here, queen e2. Queen e2 was played. I was looking at queen d2. But queen e2 makes sense to keep the queen here. And now bishop c6. She doesn't allow white to castle. And white is spending a lot of time here. Irina has an extra 30 minutes now. Not much margin for error then. No, but I think qualifying in the first 10 is also a very good result. And if I'm not mistaken, there are 20 prizes. So if you are only playing for a prize, there are still players who could get there. I'm just checking the prizes. I think the last prize was 1,000 euros, but I don't want to give you wrong information, so I'm just going to double check that. Where is it? Where are the prizes? Here they are. Okay. Yeah. 20 prizes with last prize 1,000 euros. First prize 10,000, 8,000, 6, 4, 3, 2.6, 2.3, 2.2, 2.1, and 2,000 10th prize. So, big prizes here. Ten players will qualify for the World Championship. Is that based on standings, or will some players be chosen based on performance? The 10 players that will qualify will be chosen by standings, but there might be some players that have already qualified through other channels, so that's sometimes it's more than 10. It's not the first 10 always. Sometimes there are players who qualify by ELO, so then another player gets the spot. The World Cup, I mean, yeah. I meant World Cup. Yeah. What was this opening? This was a French defense, the one that we have here on the board. This was a French. I don't know if there are other players qualified from, but I don't think so, since we had such a long break through another championship. This was a French, and we left it here. And I was wondering what will she take with, and she took with the d pawn. And then here, castles and bishop d7, this bishop going to c6, right? So if this This would be nice. Bishop c6. Very nice position for black now. But I don't think this will happen. Maybe castles. Bishop c6. And queen goes to... maybe to b4. To keep the king in the center and take c3. But I don't think she will stay for long there. Knight a6 takes on c6, on c3 and castles. Yeah. Oh, but with black I cannot castle because h6 is hanging. Hold on a second. This one is hanging all the time. So what do I do here? I don't castle yet then. Have to get the queen out. Maybe queen d5. I have queen d5 at some point also to attack here and here. It's another complicated position here. Let's see what white plays. It looks okay for Laura. Ah, knight e6 here, okay. Instead of knight a6, here queen e7. Yeah, it does look okay for black. Probably queen c3, I was thinking. And now develop the knight on d7. Yeah, but then something like knight d4. Isn't this dangerous now? Just bishop d5. Knight b5. Because my point is that if knight e5, I hope my trick works, I can take on c6. If knight takes, this rook here is hanging. And of course if pawn takes, this knight is hanging. And if castles, bishop takes h6. Bottom right camera is freezing now. That one was working fine. Let's see if we can make it work again. Okay. Maybe it will work. Maybe it will get back. We do have it back, no? Don't we? Now we do have it back. No need. No need for help. And is that Laura on the left camera? On the left video? I think so. Bishop d7. She's waiting for her opponent to make a move. The black squares look tricky. So we were looking at what? We were looking at castles. Bishop c6, queen b4. And here on queen e7, queen takes c3, knight d7 must have been bad. But do I have anything better? Because how do I develop the knight if I don't play knight d7? Knight d4. I think something like this. Queen d5. Okay, now I'm only attacking. Oh, wait. Can I go queen d5 immediately now? What happens here? Knight f4, queen e5. This can easily become dangerous with the king in the center and me picking up pawns, but I can try. Takes here, I take here, bishop e3, and bishop d4 ideas. Good news is I can have fun with this position here. Oh, I have knight a6 again. So, knight f4 doesn't work. I can always play f3. But then what? Queen e5? The knight's hanging. So, what do I do here? On queen d5. A4. When could we go a4? Here. At which point? After queen d5. f3 maybe. No, because then the knight is hanging. Knight f4 then. Here and a4. Then maybe again knight a6. This move is very annoying all the time. I think knight a6 is the move that fixes everything. Okay. So then not this, no? f3 makes a lot of sense. But what do I do on queen e5? Knight d4, I'm being told. All results possible, I guess. Yeah, I guess. I guess all results possible. f3, queen e5, knight d4 here. Okay. Am I threatening anything with knight d4? I am threatening something. I'm threatening to take on c6, right? And take on b7. Not really, because knight takes. There's a check here, and then black and castle. Oh, and h6 is hanging in the end. So there is a threat then. Wait, queen b7 played, so there's no need to look at this. Queen b7 played, and I liked black's position after bishop c6. What will happen here? Queen b4 maybe again? And now she can take on g2, but can she do... Does she have a better move, like queen d5? Is there anything better than bishop takes g2? Because queen d5 looks interesting. Queen d5, knight a6 then, and some rook d8 threats. Bishop g2 is something that we have, but let's try this. Queen d5. Maybe queen takes c3 here. Queen g2, rook g1. Crazy now. Queen b3. So here this is possible. Rook g1 and knight c6. Okay. When queen takes c3. Queen d5 is wrong. Okay. Queen takes c3. Bishop d5. Or what? And we have queen b4 on the board. And we'll see what happens after queen b4. So here knight c6, queen c3, on queen d5, knight e4 now. I wanted to get rook d8 in, but I don't think that will work in this position. So maybe bishop e4 to keep the d file open. Knight c6, but then what? Queen c3, queen c5, queen d5. But why don't I take the pawn on c3? Maybe like this. Queen e3 here. Black king looks safer. I agree. The black king looks safer at the moment. That one is true. Let's see what she plays here. See if she plays bishop takes g2. But I think she will. Bishop g2 is the most natural move in this position. There was another game that we wanted to see. Narva my game. But what board is she on? I forgot what board she was on. Here. No, this is her sister. So, where is she? Oh, okay. Board 7. Got it. And this was... What was this? This was a Scotch. Bishop c5. Queen f6. Threatening mate on f2. Pawn takes. Okay, castle long. d6. And e5 here. Very aggressive. So, if d takes e5, the point is that the king stays in the center, I guess, with bishop c4. So she takes on e3, pawn takes, and now takes on e5. And then she plays bishop c4 anyway. h5, rook d8. So, pawn up for black, but the king is still in the center, and this knight... How is this knight coming out? Knight c8, for example. Knight c8. I want to play king e7 at some point, no, and get the rooks out. King e7, rook, I don't know, rook e8 maybe, put the king on f6. So how does white play now after rook d8? This will be a very interesting game. For example, I have ideas with rook g1. If the knight moves away, and then king f8 has to be played. Maybe rook g5. And double on the g file. And if, for example, we go rook g1 now, if we go rook g1 now, then g6. And that's defended. Yeah. Then g6. I didn't want this to happen. I didn't want black to be able to play g6. This rook to g1? I'm not so convinced about this king f8. And then what? Because if I double on the g file, g6 will be played. Okay, what else is there? Can I bring my knight to c5? And does it help if I bring my knight to c5? Ah. Knight c5, but maybe this is not working also because the knight on a4 is awkward and this move is annoying now. So if I take pawn takes, my knight on a4 is now under attack. Okay, let's find a good move here then. It feels like white is better. What happened to my cameras? Where did my cameras go? I will just check. So, give me a moment, please. Oh, internet connection issues, and they are being worked on, so we will have a camera. A camera gambit. I can give you one camera, the one that's working, but I don't think I should. It will be just, they will be back. Renier is in Yash fixing the cameras, yes. High perpetual statement. No, Renier is in Yash setting up the drone, actually. And in a second I will have the remote control and I will be able to fly them around and see what's happening. So before they will come back in a moment, but by then I think we should just look at the game instead. And when they are back, I will turn them back on. One is back. We're waiting for the other one. Okay. Rook hg1. She did play rook hg1. And then g6. And g6 played. We were looking at this. But I thought that here, isn't black okay now? Kind of. Okay, she still hasn't solved the problems. But I wanted to have g7 for later. I wanted to attack that pawn later. Okay, no. What do I play now? On g6. Okay. Let me see if the cameras are back. And the cameras are back. I'll turn them back on. Great. Tricky position, yeah. Feels like neither side can do a lot. I think that sums it up, yeah. Because what do you do with black and what do you do with white? Okay, maybe with black I can try to play king f8 and king g7. And then somehow get my rook out. And maybe bring my knight to d6. But if I get my king to, yeah, knight to d6 maybe. So the question is, how do we put more pressure here with white? I don't want to take on g6 because then I will open the rook. So that's one thing that I won't do here with white. I won't take on g6. You know, you can come back to h1 now. But it's not. Can simply come back to h1. And you're threatening to take on g6. Because black has to take with the knight. This would be fun to see. But then what if rook f8 takes on g6, rook h7? No, that's okay. So, what happens now after rook h1? Ah, e4, king f8, and h6. Okay. And then the king is stuck there. Yeah, but I thought then if I close the king side with white, then black is free to play knight c8. And the king will go to e7, so the king is not that stuck. And then I get my knight out and put my bishop on e6 with the king on e7. And I don't want that. I wonder if she will play rook h1 here. I also wonder what will black do after rook h1. Maybe just allow to take on g6 and take back with the knight. Yeah, the rook... No. What I mean is that... So here, what I mean is that if we... I don't know, what do we play with white first? A waiting move, let's say this. Here, and if h6, I want to play knight c8. Something like this I wanted with black. And then put the king on e7 and the rook won't be pinned anymore and bishop e6. But maybe then... No, and here I have knight b6. I wanted to go to c5, but knight b6 is coming. It feels like I don't want to close the king side, that's all. Maybe rook d2 now, but king e7, right? But maybe my move rook g2 is not so stupid, because on king f8, rook d2, I just won that bishop. So I accidentally made a good move? Was this a fortunate accident? And now king e8, there is this move, bishop e6. So how is rook g2 here? Rook g2. Maybe bishop c8? Just offer the trade now. And then what if rook h1? Suddenly getting interesting here. I want to take on g6. Okay. How is rook g2 then in this position? What does black play? If takes on g5, on h5, I want to play rook g7 and have some activity. Very curious about what white will play now. After g6. Let's see. Rook g2, pawn takes h5. And we have the Turk giving us the reply here. What? Bishop c8? Okay, and on bishop f7, king f8 attacks the rook. Is this the engine's solution? Because it doesn't feel very human. Okay, so here, what if I play rook g1? What's next? Rook f7 and rook g7 for white is quite clear. Hold on, so I play rook g1, but why not rook h1? I'm just wondering now. And rook h5 because of king f8? No, king f8 I will play rook f7 and take on h5. And she played knight a4. She played knight a4 in the game. And here on knight a4, oh, okay. So knight d5. Knight d5 is not the same because g6 is hanging. Is it? Takes on g6, e3 is hanging also. Does knight d5 still work in this position? So now, takes on g6 is probably critical. I take on g6. And now I can take on d5 and play knight c5 and two pawns are hanging. But I play here on f7, and if rook takes, maybe bishop c6. White got her pawn back, but it's not clear, this endgame. Bishop c8 is possible, of course, also here. And knight c5, rook d6. Yeah. Also logical here. Don't know if I have any tricks. I'm looking at bishop a6, but no, I don't think I want to play that. I want my bishop to stay on c4. Knight d3, black will play e4. And knight c5, nothing. And knight e5. So maybe e4 and knight d3. Maybe e4 now. Oops, and knight d3 I wanted to play to attack e5. You can take on e4. I don't know if taking on d1. Something on g4? No, nothing on g4. I take with the king. e4 looks fine here. Honestly, I like knight d5 more. Feels more active. If it works, I like it more. Knight here, I will take on e3, no? Looks like it. Or take on d1 and take on h5. Yeah, we'll see what black chooses here on knight a4. Knight a4 is logical, but it seems to not be enough. Okay, what happened on board 6? Okay. Everybody attacking here. Each player on her side. Spanish. Okay. With g6. Takes here. And that's how we got in this position. Now f5. And b4. Very interesting, this game. a5 because, for example, because she wants b5. Okay. a5 to play b5. And she doesn't want black to play a5, no? So I guess g4, b5, and g3. Who's first here? Does black have a threat? She does have a threat. She wants to take on h2, knight h5, knight g3. And what if white plays h3 now? Can black play knight h4? There's no threat on knight h4. Funny position, yes. Very funny, this position. I'm missing the light square bishop now to sacrifice on h3. So maybe knight h7 and knight g5 ideas then. And knight h4, and then maybe I'm ready to take on h3. Yeah, I think this is possible now. Knight h7. How is white's counterplay? How will she open here? She can try c5, but when she takes c5, black will take on b5. She can try... what else can she try? Take on a6. Oh, and this was played. h3, knight h7. And this just happened. And I think black's idea is very straightforward. Knight g5, knight h4, and take on h3. So how will white try to create counterplay here? I don't see it clearly. If I take on b6, pawn takes and knight g5. If you take on a6, pawn takes and knight g5 next. So how will white do something? It feels like she won't be able to create match. h3 now the position is lost? Could be. Could be lost. It's -3. Okay. So here I don't know what white will play. I'm not sure. Okay, h3 was probably a mistake, but what do you do with white? Because even here this is a threat. And the knight goes to h5 and goes to g3. Maybe you want to defend with knight e2. But it still looks easier for black. I feel like it's much easier to play with a knight on h5, bishop here, rook g7. And it's not natural to stay with this pawn on h2, allow black to take whenever she wants. It is a little bit uncomfortable. So I think h3 is completely understandable. Oh, and she only has 28 minutes left, which I think is bad news for white. And move 21. Pawn takes a6. Pawn takes probably. Bishop d2 was the holding move. Okay. But it's still not clear, no? I think bishop d2 is very unclear. And very difficult also. It's probably very easy for a computer to find it. But this position is difficult for a human player. I think black will win this. And I think she will play knight g5, knight h4, and then take on h2. Will probably see this happening. I know, perpetual stalemate. I figured that out. So, what else do we have here? We have Nino playing with white pieces here. 6. We have what? What is happening here? My bishop on c3 is hanging. This was, what was this? What opening was this? Oh. This was a Slav defense. Exchange variation. Castles, bishop d3. I think this is theory so far, more or less. Now she plays b4, knight over here to a7, and she plays a5. a3 is hanging if pawn takes a5. So now she takes here, and we have rook takes c3, and knight takes d5. Okay. Interesting resource here, takes. I mean bishop d2 and takes. Now rook c8 and queen d2. Black looks comfortable in this position. What will she do now? I'm wondering if she can win anything now, or could she try a second exchange sacrifice? Could she try rook c3 here? Pawn takes b4, bishop takes b4. Is it that too much already? No, because I have queen c7 in the end with white. So this, I was wondering, no? Takes, 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 and takes this pawn, but then it's queen c7 in the end. And wait, I haven't lost a piece. I can play bishop e8. But this wasn't exactly what I was looking for. No, I don't need to do this. It was just interesting to see. Maybe there's a better version of that. Maybe we could get our knight to b6 and to d5. Okay, that looks like a good plan. So what if we play rook c7 here with black? Okay, but my knight, yeah, knight can move away. So I want knight c8, knight b6, and knight d5. What happens if something like this? White can take on a5, but I was counting on the fact that I will take on a3 and my pawn will probably be faster. But maybe rook b1. So now if knight c8, she will take on a5. b5 will be hanging as well. Maybe I could take on b4 first and bring a knight to d5. It's a very interesting position. Is there a move? No, we don't have a move. Black is still thinking here. So, what do we do now with black? Do we take on b4 and rook c7, knight c8 ideas? I don't want to take on b4 too soon though. Maybe we can play, maybe bishop e8 is an option so that I don't allow knight d7 and b5 hanging at some point. Maybe I can regroup with bishop e8 and then bring my knight. I like this move here. Knight d7 was becoming annoying if my pawn on b5 is hanging. So if I wanted to bring my knight, for example, no, knight d7 is there. Now it's not, my pawn is safe. And then maybe I can try rook c7. Yeah, let's see how black handles this. Try another game, and we have some progression here in Irina's game. Knight c6, bishop d2, knight d7, bishop d2, she wants to castle, right? Castle long, and now Irina launches a5. Rook e1, and she gets out of there, of the e-file. Another interesting game we will see here. Bishop c3, now e5 is hanging, so if she plays f6, I guess g5 is definitely coming. It's coming, but I don't have to take, no? But probably don't want to play f6 anyway. I don't want to give white this g5, queen g4 ideas. Then if I don't play f6, what do? I could try a4. That wins the tempo. The knight has to go to d2. And can she try to put some pressure here after knight d2? What does she have? Bishop e5 is a threat. She could try maybe bishop g5, and then bishop takes e5 is not a threat anymore. There's a check on b4, but king g8. Maybe bishop g5. I'm not sure that I want to play a3. right now she plays b3 and then it's closed. So what if here? Because now if white takes, this is what I want, no? This and that. No, not like that, probably like this, so I get the rook as well. King b1, maybe, and knight c4. And then b5. Can b5 be a move? But the queen side feels a little blocked. How do I make progress with black here? 94 maybe now. I don't think so, no? So what then? Is there anything better on bishop c3? There must be something better now. What else is there? Maybe I can allow white to take, and when I take back, queen takes bishop f6, queen c5. So, for example, what if you just try to start the attack now with b5? Bishop takes. I would like to take this bishop and then think. We have a check on g5. Bishop f6 doesn't work, unfortunately, because of queen c5. And I lose the bishop on c6. But maybe you can just go b4, a4, and b3. And a4, knight c5. And here bishop f6. Maybe I can start like this. Knight d4 is also there. Okay, maybe we can start like this. And knight d4, is this possible? Bishop d5, and then she takes on b5. So let's start like this then. And then knight d4 is still very annoying, because I don't have bishop c6. Okay, this is not so pleasant. Okay, how about knight b6 and knight c4 then? Very complicated position again. There is a stronger move than b5, like rook h2. Rook h2. Oh, so if this, you take on f2. Is that right? And this rook just came in. Okay, so rook h2, then bishop e5 is not working. This is nice, rook h2. And there's no bishop g2 either, no getting out the bishop. Suddenly feels like white is tied up. Rook h2 is nice then. So what do I play? Knight d2 and knight c4. But knight d2 allows the knight to get in and the bishop to get in. So bishop c5, knight c5. Okay, let's see if Irina finds rook h2 then, because this seems to be very strong then. Rook h2, and then play b5. No, she played bishop g5 check. Yeah, it's not exactly what you're looking for here. Rook h2. So king b1. She might still have rook h2, right? No, now she doesn't have rook h2, because the rook f2 trick won't work anymore. The bishop's on g5, so if you do this, white takes, and if takes, queen takes, and on rook f2 she has queen c5 check. And the rook is hanging on f2. So there must be another solution now. After bishop g5, king b1, she must go for f6 now. Probably bishop g5. The point was that white won't have g5. Now earlier I was worried that if I play f6, white will play g5 and now queen g4 take on f6. I didn't like this. But then she plays bishop g5, king b1, and this must be the point, that she wants to play f6 now. And how is this now? Rook h2, bishop g2? Was that even possible in that position? But what happened there? Rook h2, bishop g2? This I can take, yes? So why isn't this a free bishop? I take on e5. I will try to find this. A moment for Raluca to improve her calculation skills. Rook h1. Is rook h1 the move after rook g2? But rook f2. Takes, takes, takes. Rook h1, king g8 also. Queen d3. And queen h3. Is this the point? Is rook h1 the point? No. Takes, takes, and f4 is the idea. f4. And? And what? Is still a piece up? I don't get this. Queen h2, king g8. This must be some very deep idea then. Oh, f3. f3, not f4. Oh, okay. So the point is that you get the bishop back. But this is at least a pawn. Ah, it's not, because this one now is now hanging and this one is now hanging. Yeah. Very interesting, but I honestly don't think that this would have been played. No. Okay, rook b1. Okay, she goes for bishop f4. Let's see what happens now. Okay, this was the point. She doesn't want to play f6 because f6 does look a little weakening. She wants bishop f4 and defend the pawn. And now bishop h2 seems to be a threat. Yeah, bishop g2 I was considering here. White played very fast because I think she doesn't have that much time left. She has half an hour left for 20 moves. Bishop g2, and now what? On bishop h2, she will take on c6. White will take on c6. Bishop g1, bishop d7. Rook h2 makes more sense now. But I don't think it's so strong anymore, because white will just take on c6 and then maybe even rook h1 and try to attack on the h file. And if I have to take with the b pawn, feels like I might not be able to open the files against the king. She can also take on g2 now and play b5. Not sure if she can play b5 anymore. Okay, maybe she can play something like queen c7 here and take on c6 with her queen and then support b5. Maybe she can try this. Okay, white doesn't have to take. But what if she takes? No, I wanted to take with the queen and then be able to play b5. Have my queen ready. Oh, but a5 is hanging, no? Does this work? I think queen d3 is a move now. Looking at d7, so if you take on a5, d7 will be hanging. Okay, but we have a move, so let's see that. Because on bishop g2 takes, rook takes g2, and this is our position now. Bishop g2 was the most natural move here. How will she open the queen side, if she will? Somehow queen c7, queen e7 maybe. No, not queen e7. Maybe a4 and knight c5, but then I lose e5. I'm not going to allow that. Rook h3 with rook c3 ideas. This rook seems to have an interesting life on the h file. Rook h3 I was not considering. And rook takes c3. Knight b6, knight a4, or knight d5. Maybe rook h3, but I feel like I would like to somehow push the pawns. Not sure if we will see rook h3. Let's see some other games. We had the duel. Where are they? They were here on board 36, and we left it on e4. And how did that pawn make it to c4? Probably by just taking something on c4. So let's go back here for a moment. We left it here on e4, knight b6, and Ellen went rook c1, yeah. Knight c4, she took here. Rook b8, now she plays d5. Rook takes. And now she's hitting this pawn on b5 so that black doesn't have queen a2. Knight e6. h2 and rook d1. Very interesting position here. So you're attacking b5. Knight d4 makes sense. Some sense. Queen takes d4 and something like queen a4, no? How is this position now? I somewhat like black because of this pawn on c4. And I feel like this pawn on b4 is easier to attack than this pawn on b5. Something didn't go quite right here. I think here taking on c4. I think she has to live with this knight on c4 for a little while. Or is there something... Now rook d1 and d5. Yeah, let's see. Very interesting now. I think knight d4 has to be played. Knight d4, queen d4. To free this queen, because otherwise I will have to keep b5 defended. So this. What else? Queen a4 makes some sense. I think you can defend here maybe. But my idea was that if the queen goes away, I might be able to do things like queen c2. Okay, I don't have rook a2 because of rook d8 always. I was hoping to get a rook on the 7th rank. On the 2nd rank. Probably balanced then. Here, here, and what? Queen a2 is an option here. But on queen a2 I thought that white could just kick me out of there with rook d2, king h2 is maybe nothing. Ah no, rook d2 I have queen b1. Okay, so if here I have queen b1 and I will take b4. That's already a step up, so not rook d2. Maybe queen d2. But here if I trade queens and I get my rook in, I think... Okay, so if this rook takes, I wanted to play rook a1 anyway. And I think here black has pressure, no? Rook b1, rook b4. And if rook d1, I was thinking about this move. Maybe I'm losing b5. Takes, king h2, no, c3. It will be the move. Rook c5. Yeah, this can be played. No? King h2, I thought c3, but rook c5. So, nothing happening then. Maybe we will see a draw in this game. Yeah, I was also looking at Mihaela's game, which was very interesting. Here, I think this is the last position we saw over here. Now bishop e2. h3, she's avoiding things on h2, different ideas. And queen b2. And now she castles. Very complicated position, and both players are very low on time. 25 minutes left for 25 moves. We'll probably see a mess in this game as well. So here for black, something like bishop b8 and put the queen in front with queen c7. But I think that white might want to take on c6 and take on f6. Okay, so my move works. Bishop b8, because if here now I can take with the rook and I defend f6. So bishop b8. What if bishop b8 here? Maybe knight f3, but then I thought that the knight can jump to e4. Oh no, g7 will be hanging if my knight jumps to e4. So takes on c6 and bishop g7 is there. And rook g6. Okay, this is the line that I was looking at. Here, knight e4, spotting some interesting ideas. Rook c6, bishop g7, and rook g6 here. Pinning this one here and attacking the bishop. I think this game could go wild. Have high hopes on this game going wild. Bishop h3. This looks good for black. Bishop ba, rook c1. No, that would be too greedy, I agree. But we have to see it for fun. Bishop ba, rook c1. Yeah, rook c1 makes sense. I agree. Rook c1 is a normal move. And then I want to play queen c7. Bishop b8 and queen c7 was my idea. I don't think there's anything now. I have a knight on c6. So I want to mate here. What, knight f3, no? Or the other knight to f3. This knight to f3. This knight to f3 is actually interesting, no? Takes on f6 next. This is very interesting. Knight 4 to f3. Yeah. Maybe knight 2 to f3 also works, but I wanted this always. Oh, I get it. So now you can take on c6. Right. And then you do take on g7. Do you? So if I take like this, we have to see what if this move. Have to see if this works. Knight g5. Ah, you have bishop e5. Okay, you have... No, you don't. Hold on a second. Knight f3 is a check. No, knight g5, then what? So I still can't take on g7 then. Knight e4 can be played. Takes, takes. Okay, you won't take on g7. Oh, you take on a6 here. Yeah, I'm looking on the wrong side of the board. Takes on c6. But is it so clear? Knight g5? So easy to go crazy here. So easy for this game to go wild. Oh, let's see what move Mihaela will play. Bishop b8 feels very natural. What else is there? Knight e5 might look natural as well. How about knight e4? What other games should we see? How is Andrea doing today? She made a draw yesterday. And today she has... Didn't she play Mamediarova Turkan yesterday? Didn't she play the sister yesterday? What board is she on? 33. I'm just going to check. Yeah, she did play Turkan yesterday. She plays both sisters this tournament. I think I like her position. White seems to be fine now. White seems to be slightly better. She has more space, a little more active. This bishop is a little awkward here, but doesn't allow rook c1, so he has an important job. And it's black's turn to play. And what will black play here? Can black try something like f6 to undermine that pawn on e5? Because on h4 I do have bishop h6, no? And then takes on f6, I have to take with my queen. So here h4, bishop goes... Wait, can I take on e5? Bishop takes and move my bishop. It's probably very similar. F takes e5, yeah. Bishop e5, and then my bishop can go to f6 then, instead of h6. Bishop h5, queen h6. Isn't that a very nice way of losing my queen? Bishop h6, h5. Because on queen f5, bishop g4, I lose e6. So queen h6, bishop f4. Ah, there's rook d4. Okay. I'm not losing my queen then. Yeah. Definitely not losing my queen. So f6 makes sense. h4 makes sense. This, and bishop f6. And rook c1, I'm being told. Yeah, and rook c1. But I think this is probably what black has to try, no? Because what else? If you don't play f6, what do you play? What do you play here? Dominica, she won yesterday. And how is she today? She has this... This is an English, no? No. It was a Queen's Gambit. How is this now? She likes these positions. She's a very solid player, very good positional player. Queen e4. Because here, what was happening? Takes on d5. rook c8 and then take on d5. So here on queen e4, maybe queen f3. We might see this. Take here, and now she has to take here, and now takes on d5. Yeah, we do have queen f3 played. She likes this position. She likes to squeeze her opponents. I think this is what she will do here. Her rook is more active. If a6, rook d6. If b4, rook b5. Maybe something like this. Black should try to find some activity here with rook c2. So on a6, can I get a better version of this? Rook d6, rook c2. Was this forced to start with? Queen f3. If queen f3, I have to take here. If pawn takes d5, I think I have to take on c8. Not really. I can play rook d6, but rook c2. I can play rook a6. But still rook c2. I think this is kind of... Oh, we have this. We have this position. She took on... Okay, black took on d5. Yes. And here she could take on f3, and we will see the position that I had on the board before. What happens in this endgame? a6. Maybe king e3. And on rook c2, play rook d2. Black cannot take on d2 because the king is too active, so this would be a winning endgame. I think, at least. No, let's try this here. And if a5, I can still go here and here. And if here, white is first, right? King a5. So, probably not rook c2 in this position. But then rook a6, rook d6, or king d2 and rook d6. So maybe try king f8. And rook d6, rook c2. And now, how is this? If a5, I have a4 also. Takes and king c4. And b4, king c4. And if king d6, now black is here, but she's still slightly more passive. Is it enough to win? Maybe a4 and try to get the king in. No? e4 and f4. She's a pawn up though here. I haven't counted the... I did not count the pawns. She was a pawn up all the way. Wait. She's always been a pawn up. So this is just a pawn up then. I should have started by counting the pieces. So she's winning the endgame, no questions about this. Black cannot take on f3, she's just going for the endgame. Always count the pieces first. So what will black play then? Definitely not queen takes f3. Maybe queen c4. Then I'm curious, how did she win the pawn? She had an extra pawn here already. She won the pawn on c6 somehow. Now the threat was to take on b6. I thought that's how she lost the pawn, but no. Well, yes. That is how she lost the pawn. b6 and knight c6. Yeah, okay, and then d5 was just opening the position. It was no capture there. Okay, so Luminica will win today. That's clear. Always a good idea to count the pieces. That's what we're being told. No? I always tell my students when I set a position, you have to start by counting the pieces. Have to follow your own advice. We have a result. Andrea lost on board 38. Oof. So this attack backfired in the end. I was thinking that she might be able to get something on the king side. But in the end, it was white who got the attack. We left it here, f5, rook e1. And here she played a5, takes, and knight e7. I guess at this point she was just trying to avoid piece trades, no? Because knight d4, it would make sense normally in an equal position, but since you are pawn down, this influences your decision in a game. So she plays knight e7 instead to keep the pieces, and knight g5. And then this knight is getting to e6. d4 is being played. And queen d5. The thing is that now if queen d6 was played, queen f7 is coming. And if knight e6, even rook d1, right? Queen e5 is also there. Takes here, check. Oh, nice, queen e5, queen f5. Nice trick here. With knight f7, check. So she goes here and takes this one here. Check. Too much attack. Could she maybe play something else? I don't think so. Completely lost, right? Yeah. And rook h8. Yeah, this was a bad day probably. Looks like a bad day for Andrea today. Yeah, let's see Josephine's game. What board is she on? Please. I'm not sure if I can find her. Oh yes, I found her. Board 18. She's playing Lilith. And we have an endgame. Knights. Knights endgame. I counted the pieces. Equality. So, the question is, can she get in first? Because this king is quite dangerous here. King g5 maybe next. And then knight b4. She tries to hit on d5, no? Knight f4, knight b4. At first sight, it seems that she has a good position, but maybe black can hold. At first sight, it feels like king g5, knight f4 is coming, and maybe knight b4. Okay, but maybe king g5 is not really going anywhere because the knight goes to d7. And the pawn on f7 will get defended by the king. She's better for sure, but the question is if she can win this. If she can find a way of creating a second threat. Okay, so what if she will try something like king g5 and g4? That would be her second front of attack. Try to get a passed pawn on the king side. So my threat is now king g5, and if knight d7, g4. Yeah, and if that works, I'm doing well. So not easy to play with black. I don't need king g5, play g4. Yeah. Knight g7, knight what? Knight h7. Ugly. Yeah, ugly, but if it works, no? Knight h7. knight e5, king e6. G4, yeah, now I don't have king g5, so let's try g4, but I still won't have king g5. Maybe I can attack the pawn on h5 with my knight. Well, knight e5 seems like a move. King, not e6, because knight d4 comes with tempo. King e7 then. And here I have knight b4 and then king e6. How do I make this work? Just g4 now. Maybe. Just g4 to make that weak, and we'll see, I guess. I want to take on h5, play king f5 and knight f4. Oh, knight f5, you'll kick me out with knight e7. It's fine. I will go king e3 then and play knight f4. She will for sure press here, I think. Knight h7, knight e5. Yeah, knight e5 was what I was looking at, but here... Okay, knight d4. Yeah, sure, you make the knights better. I was just trying to find something more. Of course, you can do this always. And now maybe g4 is even better, because then you get some checks on f5. But I don't think g4 is bad on this position. Why don't I start with g4? How about b4 threatening knight c5? How about b4 threatening knight c5? Here, on knight h7. b4 and I want knight c5. I guess b6 I have to try. But that might help me in the line with knight d4 then. Now a6 is a little loose. In general, I didn't want to play b4 to give up c4, but if there's anything immediate, why not? If I do win a pawn, okay, I will play b4. Otherwise, I don't want to give this knight something to do. But if I win my pawn here, let's say b6, knight d4, no, knight d5 I said. Here and here. Or check, king d6, knight b8, a5. No, I don't think so. Knight d4. And knight d6 going to c4. And here I might be able to do this. King e6. Oh, on king e6 I have knight d8. No, that's defended. King e7 simply. Knight b8. a5. And maybe a4. Okay. Yeah, I think this is a game that we will watch, because this endgame is very interesting. I would like to see what happens. I would like to see what black plays here. And board 11, what's happening on the f-file? A lot of things happening on the f-file. King g2. So if I take on g4, then rook takes, and this is hanging. Let me start by counting the pieces. Black has 2 extra pawns. I mean, white has 2 extra pawns. And if this works, white seems to be doing well then. But here white can take one on d5. What if she takes the one on d5? If queen takes, knight takes, the rook is hanging on b4. A lot of things happening in general in this game. Take on g5, queen takes. Oh, it's all defended. Queen takes, bishop d6, queen d6. It's all defended. No interesting moves here. Maybe bishop e3 simply. Oh, but then you take a knight d5. Rook b3, you take on e3 and take on c2. Rook c2 instead of queen d5 is also possible. Right, that's also hanging. I was actually hoping to get that pawn next. I guess rook c2 can also start by taking this pawn because d5 is more difficult to defend. Is that the point? But here... Okay, so if I take on d6, what? That's why I actually took on d5, because I wanted to defend d6. I don't want to give this one. What do I do now with black? Take on f3, takes knight d5, bishop f8. Rook f2, rook takes f2. No such thing there. I don't know. I would take on d5. I would just take on d5. Let me avoid that. Oh, rook d8. Yeah. Maybe that's an easy solution. Not so easy though. Queen d5 looks good as well. Now I want to take on f4. So what is white's best move? If takes on d5, knight takes d5. Maybe rook d4. And now if takes, I will take. Rook takes c2. I was just wondering which one I'm going to take. Am I going to take d6 and a6, or am I going to take g5 and d6? Probably taking g5 and d6. a6 is still hanging, and maybe I can take h5 later on. Here and take here. With these ideas. a5. What about rook a6 if a5? Very interesting, this position here as well. Let's see what black goes for. And Amaya down to 12 minutes after move 17. Yeah, they were both low on time, weren't they? Hey, things have changed here. Rook c8. I left Mihaela with a pawn on d5, and now Mihaela has a pawn on e4 because knight e4 was played. Rook d1 and queen g5. Now she wants to take on h3. So, how does white defend? With king h1. But I'm pretty sure Mihaela is preparing some bishop takes f3 ideas. Pretty sure that's going to happen. Knight e5, knight f3, king f1. Oh, but on king f1, does bishop takes h3 and bishop h2 work? Check king e2, maybe not. Maybe not because this bishop moves, so here, here, here. Ah, you also have bishop g4. Okay. Fair. Fair enough. I cannot take there. And if I start by bishop h2, if I start with this move, this is a good question. What if I start... Mihaela is not on half out of 4. Mihaela is 2 out of 4. Is on 2 out of 4. Mihaela Sandu. Yeah. Luminica is on half out of 4? Really? Didn't she win yesterday? She was on... Wasn't she on 2 out of 4 as well? If she's on half out of 4, I don't think so. I thought she was on 2. But I'm looking for her. Where is Luminica Cosma? She's on 1.5. Right, yeah, she won yesterday, but she had made another draw. Yeah. They did have a rough start. But they seem to be doing well in this round. Oh, she played bishop b8. So bishop h2 was probably nothing, no? Bishop c4. I really like bishop h2. I really like this move because on bishop c4 I thought this bishop is not safe, so I could just attack it again, no? And where is the bishop going? If you go here, this knight gets a nice outpost on d3. I think bishop b8 is not what you want to play in that position. Bishop h2 was best move. Thank you for the confirmation. Bishop h2, I don't see how white defends. Bishop takes h3 is my idea, and then queen g1. Bishop c4 seems to be the only move, and here I go and attack your bishop. This looked like a great position for Mihaela. But let's see what happens after bishop b8. That king on f1 is still not doing great, and maybe she will find and play bishop h2 next. Like if white plays a move like rook c1, maybe something slow, she might still have bishop h2. But the question is, does white have anything better? Like now the bishop on d7 is not protected. Do we have any tactics with that? Not winning tactics, but trade pieces tactics. Knight f3 unfortunately not working. Okay, what about knight b5? This is a trade pieces tactic. This is what I mean. I want to trade pieces. I don't like these two bishops pointing at my king. So my idea is that if this bishop moves, then I will play knight d6. And I trade the bishop on b8, which is great news. And if this pawn takes, then I wanted to take here. And I'm praying that I won't lose anything here with queen f5 and bishop g3. I heard that works. Bishop h3 after knight b5. That's what I was afraid of. I was really hoping that it won't work. Bishop h2, bishop g4, f5. This? Or just take on b5? If take on b5, take on c8. I'll run on e2. How are the pieces? One, two. Not enough pieces. So here. If here, I mean here, no? And that's not enough pieces for the rook. But f5. Something like this. This is bad, no? Bishop d6, and then you take on g4. This does look bad. So f5 then. This move solves it. Okay. So knight b5 won't work. If knight b5 doesn't work, then I don't have anything to trade pieces. Wait, do we have a move? Was f4 played? f4 played. f4 and if I take? Yes, on croissant time. Take on f3? Definitely. Definitely en passant here. Knight takes. Has to be the only move. This has to be the idea. d7 hanging. But really, does this work? It looks scary. So first of all, can I take on e3? Rook takes d7. Bishop g3. Bishop c4. So this is the first thing that I'm looking at. Take here, bishop g3. But I guess just this. So no. And then of course I'm looking at bishop takes h3. Pawn takes and bishop g3. Oh, yes, I take... I don't have time. I don't have time to take everything, no? Not enough time. So here I don't have queen takes f3, queen g3. Queen g3, and if rook takes d7, I highly doubt. Here and if here, after f4. Queen g3 after f4. Okay. Yeah, queen g3 after f4, but the natural thing to do after f4 is keep your bishops open and try to open the white king. I'm pretty sure she's looking at pawn takes f3. Queen g3, queen d2. What if you defend? Do you take on h3? Let's see what Mihaela plays. But queen g3 and after my queen d2 bishop f4, you do realize that this is very difficult to play over the board. Especially with, what, 9 minutes? Queen bishop takes f4 might be a lot of fun, yes, but will we actually see this? I don't think so. Queen e1, and still I don't really see the point. Take here. Such a complicated line, right? King g1 or knight f3. I don't quite see it yet. e3, queen e1. Oh, queen h2. Queen e1, queen h2. And that's where the checkmate is. No, it's not a checkmate. Take on h3, pawn takes, queen h1, knight g1. Now I don't see anything, to be honest. Takes on h3, pawn takes, queen takes, king g1 and rook e6. Maybe like that, no? But I've sacrificed so much. What if here or rook or knight h4? Knight h4, queen g5. And if knight h4 now, rook h6. This might be working for black. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm 100% sure that this is impossible to calculate with 9 minutes left on the board. I don't think it's possible to see so far. First of all, because I think bishop f4 is very difficult to see. You see e3, you see queen e1, but the move that's really hard to see is queen h2 here. And it's not over yet, no? It's not over. There's knight f3. You still have to see. The most natural thing to do is what Mihaela played. Pawn takes f3, knight f3. And then let's see what she will play now. e3 is wrong. Bah, if e3 is wrong, then I don't even know what the answer is. I don't even know how that works then. So knight f3, what will Mihaela play here? Queen f5. She has 7 minutes. Anna Maya 6. Because once again, queen e3 is what I would love to play, but rook d7, I couldn't find anything there. Bishop g3, just move the bishop away. So what? What will she play? But a move like queen f5 is not so, or queen e7, no? Because then e3 will be hanging in many lines. Here with little time on the clock, you could say I will play for the pawn on e3, maybe just queen e7, move the bishop away and take on e3. It's true that your pawn on g7 is hanging, so I'm sure that this is what she's looking at. But it's such a pity that she missed this. Here, bishop b8, bishop h2 here. Bishop h2 must have been winning. Such a pity. This was a good chance for Mihaela. Knight f3. Let's see what she plays. I'm just briefly going to see what's happening on this game because I see so much about this game. What did go on? They played queen a4. We left it here, no? As like there. No, we left it here. And rook c8 was played. Queen e5 and queen a4. So now the rook on d1 is hanging. Queen c5, and we have almost the same position as if black had played queen a4 in the first place. So now if rook b8, this is a position that we saw. We just saw it here, like that. And now it was black to play. Here it will be white to play in the game if she plays rook b8. But maybe she's considering to take on e4. Is it scary when your opponent spends 20 plus minutes thinking about their move? Not necessarily, no, I don't think so. I think it's especially since the time difference is so big afterwards. It's almost, you're almost happy that your opponent spent 20 minutes, unless they will play bishop takes h7 or bishop takes h6, and then it will be scary. But if it's just a normal position and they think 20 minutes, you'll say, good, now I have more time. I don't think she's scared. In Blitz and Rabbit it's quite pleasant, true, yeah. So she does take on e4, and now queen takes b5. And what will Ellen do? She could try to give a check. Probably not helping very much. Just king h7. Can she try to give a check on d8? King h7. Oh, not king h7, rook e8. This is the answer to ideas like that. Okay, so queen takes b5. What will black play now? If she takes, rook takes, that looks like a drawing endgame, no? It's black to play here. Take, take, not white. Okay. Maybe rook a2. We might see a draw in this game, right? Now she's threatening to go rook d8. So black must do something about that. Board 33. f6 seems to have been played, but queen c2 was played first, and bishop c1. Now this looks very interesting, because before I thought that white was better, but now her rook is on a1, stuck. So, oh, she actually played bishop f3 here. So now I feel like black is a little more comfortable. I would be a little uncomfortable with white in the sense that, what do I play? Maybe she can go b4 now. Maybe she can go b4 now. Without losing anything there. So check, king h2. Probably equal then. If she could play b4 next and get her rook out of a1, like no, bishop d3, now b4 is what I would think of. Bishop a3, take, rook c1, king h2, then you have rook b1 and b5. Black is slightly more active anyway, but it should be drawish. King h2, and here maybe, no, rook b1, my bishop is hanging, so I have to move the bishop first. Bishop f5, bishop g6, g4, bishop g6, h5, bishop c2, rook c3. So this is something that I want to avoid, because here h5, and I don't want to play this because of rook c3, and I will lose my bishop. And I will have to play bishop b1 here, and I'm not sure what the future of this bishop on b1 is. So when here, after king h2, here this bishop has to stay on this diagonal, bishop c4. And rook b1. A little bit more comfortable for black, but it should be about equal. Mihaela sacrificed a bishop. Mihaela sacrificed a bishop. Well, let's see how she sacrificed the bishop. She took on e3. And bishop a7. Yeah, and we said nice bishop c4, and here knight e5. And yeah, what if bishop takes e5? You give and I take. Isn't this over now? Okay, you have rook e5. This could be your last chance, now hoping that here, queen f2. And if knight e5, this is the chance, queen g1. And if you go here, you lost the queen, but we have to count the pieces, because we've seen this before. King d3, queen takes b2, it's just a rook and a knight. It's probably not enough. Unless something on f7 can be happening. Takes on f7, king h8. I don't think so. So this cannot be played, no? After rook e5, you shouldn't take on e5, basically. She played rook e1. And rook e1 wins the rook. Is that true? That seems to be true. Rook e1 wins the rook on e5. Yeah, this did not go right for black, and black resigned. Okay. We have a result here, and here Monica Calceta also won on board 32. We have a draw here between Andrea and Alessia. Yeah, looks drawish. How is Irina doing? We left her about around here. Nope. Here is where we left her. A4, knight d2, and rook c8. This all looks logical. Knight c4, and now she gets the queen on c7, defending e5. Yep, knight d6. Move away. a3, b6. And we have this position now, where I think she's, how is she doing here? Cannot really connect my rooks. Might be a little bit uncomfortable, but shouldn't be too much. What can we play here with black? G6 might be a threat here from white's side. So if G6, F6, no, if you have to play F6, then you have to be careful about the light squares. That diagonal becomes dangerous. We might have to play G6 then here with black. Play G6, maybe king to G7. And be careful. Pay attention to the long diagonal. Be careful with things like bishop c3. Like G6, bishop c3 right away. For example, you don't have king G7 because F4 is hanging. No, this is what you have to be careful of. Don't just... Oh, but even that doesn't... No, it does work. Queen F6. It won't happen, but I'm just saying that this is a little bit tricky. I'm sure it will be handled well by Irina. But now E5 will be hanging. Bishop takes, takes, queen takes, and there's rook d1 check. So I'm not sure if it's a threat. If takes, takes, queen takes, rook d1 check, king a2, queen c4. Bishop e5 is not a threat. b3, queen c2. So that's not a threat. I can play anything here, no? Bishop e5, I have this rook d1 check in the end. Maybe try rook g5 as an idea to attack g5. What if here? I might be losing a4. But what I meant is that this is not working. This is the line that I was looking at. If rook takes, then queen e5. And if king a2, then we have queen c4. Check, and if b3, queen c2, and if queen b2 takes here, we manage to win Irina's game. It's very easy to win, as you can see, with a little help. So on bishop c3, how about... Oh, this was all played. She played g6, bishop c3, and Irina played b5. Guess that also makes sense. Okay, so b5 here. She's defending her pawn on a4. And here we have rook g4. They play very fast. Oh, right, I hadn't checked the clocks. So here we have slight time trouble, not too much. It's only 10 moves left for 5 minutes. Rook h3 here again, maybe. Rook h3 here again, yeah, but queen there. And on rook f5, rook f4, what is... the idea? Rook f4, pawn takes, bishop h8, king takes, queen f4. That wins the pawn on e5. Rook f4. What happened here? Bishop takes, king takes, takes on f4. What did Wait, queen f4 is a move, but now I'm looking at... I think queen f4 is actually bad here because rook h1 looks very tempting. Or queen e5 and rook h1. Queen e5. And something like this is what I'm looking for. Rook h1 and mate on h8. Oh, what happened now? Blunder? You guys confirm this is a blunder? No. So rook f4 will definitely be played. That's why she played rook g4. She wants to take on f4. We will see this for sure. Bishop h8. And now she has to take. And here queen f4 would be great. But what if queen e5? Doesn't seem to be just a pawn. Ah, no. Queen d4, rook h8. f6, you take. Queen h7, no? And then queen f4. At least queen f4. No, queen d8. Queen d8, no. Rook f4 played. Oof. This might end bad. Pawn takes f4, bishop h8, king h8, and this check here. This is the kind of blunder that you have no return from. It's not just losing a pawn. Plus 8. Oof. So it is a big blunder then. The position wasn't easy to handle, but she was playing this very well. And g6 here, she had to play g6. It was a good move. And then, as I was saying about the troubles on this diagonal, but probably something. Rook h3 you guys suggested. But rook h5 makes sense as well, no? Oh, a4 was hanging. Yeah, forgot. Rook h3. Still a4 is hanging, isn't it? Is emprise. Queen a4, maybe rook c3 is the idea. But that's again something not easy to see with 4 minutes on the clock. It will definitely haunt her all evening. She'll be very upset about this. But rest day is close, so she wins tomorrow and then she will take a break from this. Come back stronger. I'm sure that she's now regretting this. And our left camera is stuck. I was hoping to see her board. Yeah, I don't even know where she's playing. Dino Nicola in the frozen shot. I don't see him. I think I see Mr. Volchinski in the frozen shot. But I don't see Dino. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's see. Okay, here we have a result. Maria won again. She won yesterday as well. She beat Olga Giria today. Seems to be having a good tournament as well. Very nice. Here we have a draw. H4 here. Diamante was black. And repetition. Okay. We have Miruna playing on board 13. Yeah, Irina is losing now, unfortunately. She blundered on purpose to get easier pairings. If only. If only it worked like that. What is going on here? This is another crazy game, right? I have to count the pieces. White has an extra bishop. She has a pawn on f7 and e6, e7 is a threat. Pawns are equal. That's the good news. So if I take on c3 with black, then e6 is happening. I have one more check on a1, but the king moves to e2. I think. Or to d2. White. Oh, I have bishop c1 as well on queen a1. Okay, if I have bishop c1, then that's solved. And she takes on c3, and now is e6 the move. Rook b1 is still there. And king e2 on rook b1. Maybe e6 here. And if here, I guess just this move. And there's nothing more to this. No? e6 played. On queen a1, bishop c1 anyway. On queen a1, even king e2 might work now. Don't have to play bishop c1 anymore. What was played? Knight c5. And now can she play e7? Just go with her pawn. Takes on d3, check. And if check there, maybe e7 works. Irina resigned. Oof. You don't have to play e7, of course, but it's would be interesting to know. Oh, e7 might not work because knight d3, I defend the rook. Yeah. I won't do that, no. Knight c5, let me see Irina's game. She resigned, bishop h8, they played all this, queen e8 and rook h1. Yeah, this position is hopeless now. Okay, this was a bad day. Not, no, just a bad move. No? Queen d7 was the blunder. And we have a fight. Then she will be with 4 points. Gunay will be with 4.5. I will see if we have more players with 4.5. Here, what's going on? White is a pawn up here, and she seems to have a comfortable position as well. So we might see another player with 4.5. And here, second board, Julia Osmak, Jolanta Zawadzka. What's going on in this game? Equality in material, but it feels like black has a lot of pressure. It looks like black has a lot of pressure here. And queen h1, yeah, that something like that made sense. Try to use the first rank, but we'll see because still this isn't clear. We have this one still being played. We had an interesting game. Which one was it? We had this game. How this game? White is still no. White has an extra pawn. So how did she handle that position? This interesting position after knight e4. Knight d5 played. Takes. She took here. Knight c5. Yeah, we did see this. And here this king f7. And we did look at this. Rook d5, bishop c6, rook e5, and now she goes here. Why does she go here and not bishop f3? Was there anything wrong with this move? 96 must be something that we have to check. 96. 96 and knight g5. This is what she wanted to avoid, most likely. So she plays rook e8. But this seems fine because then 2 pawns will be hanging. And here those 2 pawns are double. Rook h5. What if rook h3? Okay, rook h3 looked interesting, but she played here, rook f1. And white has an extra pawn, but let's see if she can make progress here, because how do you actually make progress? It's black who seems to be trying to win this now with the g pawn. Rook d1, yeah. And now she gets the pawn back after king e6. King maybe to c3, and now king e6. She gets the king in, and that pawn on g4 is very dangerous. In Miruna's game, yeah, about Naruk, the idea with e7. Let's see how that continued. Board Naruk won. How did the game finish? We left it here, e6, knight c5, and she played queen d5. Yeah, this seemed like the most natural response to knight c5. e7 was... You have e7 next, knight e4, and takes here. Okay, have many results today. Very soon. How is our streamers match going? Take on c2 and offer a draw, no? We will see a draw now. Here. Pretty sure this will end. This will end in a moment. Here, Luminița had an extra pawn, but now she has to win this endgame, which I'm not sure she will. Black should be able to make a draw, but how did they get to this endgame? Okay, so all this was played out. Rook is d6. Oh, she'll play rook d6. We are looking at king e3 here. That's what happened here, and rook d2, trying to get the king in and not enter that rook endgame, because now rook d6, this is what happened. And she played g4, clever move, not to allow h5 from her opponent. She doesn't want to allow this setup from black. b4, and now she goes h4. Takes. And now 4 against 3. We had this endgame a few rounds ago, maybe on the second round. Dina Belenka was trying to win this, but she made a draw. And let's see if Luminița manages to win it. h5. And now she will just give checks. So let's see. Probably rook d5. And then rook a1. This should be a draw, but let's see. Anything can happen. What other games should we check out? This one here, where she played queen h7, queen d3, queen h1, f3, and takes on g4. Okay, they reached move 40 just now. Takes on g4. And she wants rook e3 and f3, I believe. So if pawn takes rook e3, you don't want to take with the pawn, you should want to take with a rook instead. And attack this one. And if rook e3, you just give up the pawn. No? Move the queen away, take here, and you take this one. And then you try to blockade this with rook g2. And keep the pawn from advancing. Okay, so we have a result on board 3. Maltsevskaya won. King h5, another game with time trouble. King g6, rook b1. Knight d5. What a nice move, no? Knight d5 here. Because the pawn on e6 is pinned. So when she takes on d6, she played this. And then she takes the rook. And it's a check. And she will take on c5 next. Now if the king moves away, where can the king move? No, she will take on c8, I mean. Knight takes c8, yeah. You can also take on c8, c5 and run with the pawn. Take on c5, rook b8 and t7. This cannot happen because of this and d7. Very nice move with this knight d5 here. She was doing very well anyway, but knight d5 just finished the game. Black has no moves at all. In which game? What game are we talking about? Black did not do well this round. All I see is 1-0 and draws. The first boards at least. White won. Couple of draws, but White won, and almost all games that finished up to board 14 were won by White. And here, okay, White is defending here. And what's happening on board 4? How is White in this game? Equal. It's about equal. Whose turn is to play? White to play. So if we take here, there is rook c3. We don't have that. Black has no move. Laura. Oh yeah. Laura had a very difficult position, very cramped. What's the situation on board 17? Who's playing on board 17? Stavrula versus Susanna. What is the situation here? Black has 2 knights for the rook, and she has these 2 connected pawns on the queen side. She should be better. She should be able to win this. The only thing she needs to be careful with is h5. So, h5 is the question, right? What do we do on h5 here, which I think is the move that White will play. If I take and play king f6, what happens then? Something like rook h2. I have to block this pawn with my king. And I'm afraid that this king, the white king, will go and block the other pawns. But she should be able to win this, no? Something like this. King e2 maybe. And still go b5, a5. Oh, I have to be careful. Maybe the rook comes in. She sacrifices h6 and takes the pawns. But rook f2 play, not h5. Oh, that's a clever move because she wants to play h5 and now the black king will be cut. But oh, I get it. So if knight e3, I was going to ask what if knight e3 and knight g4, then she has rook f4, which wins the knight. Susie playing for 2 results. Yeah, she's playing for 2 results, definitely. But what does she have to do now? Maybe knight f6. She still won't take on g4. But at least knight f6 doesn't allow h5, right? I don't have knight g4 yet, but there's no h5. And on rook b2, a5, just a5. This pawn cannot be attacked. Knight f6, I guess. Knight f6 looks good. It's difficult, but black is definitely playing for a win here. I mean, she still has to be careful. Knight f6, yeah. And knight d3 played in the game. And let's see what she wants to do. Does she want to play knight f4 now? King e2, knight f4. I think that's what she wants. She wants to put a knight on f4 and get the king out. But then I was simply wondering if... Oh, she won't lose any pawn because on rook b2 there's always b6. So if the rook stays here, then this knight will go to f4. Which knight will go to f4? This one, to keep the rook locked. Oh, I'm actually keeping both pieces locked, the rook and the king. And if h5, I will simply bring my king. Yeah, I will simply bring my king. Maybe takes, but I also have king f7 immediately. Right now. Fine. So knight d3, interesting. And if you have to play rook e2, I will get to play king f6, which is great. And if you play rook d2, then I guess the knight is still going to f4, right? And this is what I meant before. Rook b2, you play b6 and you're not losing a pawn, because if you play b5, I thought rook a2, but now I see that knight c7 defends. So not even here. You're not losing a pawn in any case. b6 though looks more solid. And then you push them a5, a4. Let's see what white plays here. Okay, what game should we see next? Who else did we have playing here? We had this interesting game where white did play rook takes g4. And now I expect rook e3. Takes on f3 and try to push the f pawn. See if that can become a queen. Here, what do we have? Bishop e7, rook d2. Rook d2 was played. We had this position with the rook on e2 before. Then what? Okay, we have here, we haven't checked this game, have we? I don't think we had. Oh, but we did check this game. Isn't this the game where black was sacrificing on h3? What happened here? How did white get all these pawns? Have to see this. h3, knight h7, she took here, rook takes. I thought she would take with a pawn here. I guess it's not a big difference. Now she plays c5. Yeah. That's why I wanted a pawn there. But knight a4, knight g5. Okay. Knight b6. Aha, she played knight h3 here. I wanted to have a knight on h4 when I did that. But maybe this works. King h1, because if you do take, then rook, queen takes, and knight h4 will come. Next. There's nothing white can do against that. Fair enough. So she plays here, but now king h1. And now when you move your queen, she will take on h3. Queen h4, king g2. Not clear anymore. So she takes on b6, queen takes, and I guess she comes back. Yes. And now knight c5, because this knight on g6 is hanging. Move away. And queen takes b7. Maybe queen e7 was a mistake then. Queen b7. She probably should have gone to d8 or e8 in the first place. There, queen here. And suddenly black cannot really bring the queen in. Knight e4 with the idea of queen h4. But what if knight e7? No, so it's long, but I would like to play this. So even knight h4, knight e7 was my first thought, but knight h4 looks more active. And knight h4 might have this idea. Not sure if it works. But maybe with the queen on g6. But she takes here, which is very interesting, followed by queen h4. The only question is, does this win? And rook b7. Wait, what's the trick? She wants this, but she doesn't like that king f1, queen h1, white has queen g1. This is what she doesn't like. So she plays rook b7 with the idea of check, king f1, rook queen h1, and king e2 takes, and takes on f3, because if she takes on a2, this pawn becomes a queen. Queen f3, but it feels like black is running out of pieces. Yeah, you take that one, but it's still g2. That pawn is not going anywhere. Okay, she plays queen b3. I guess nothing wrong with this. a6 was my question, but I think she plays that next. No, bishop e3. Oh, she's just blocking these pawns with queen b3. Playing it safe. And now a6. And again, giving nothing. Knight d4. And queen d3. Probably even taking on d4. Should have worked here. Right? But then pawn takes, and you see that this bishop comes to life, so you don't want that in a game. She just plays queen d3. I want to trade your queen, and if you don't, I'll play a7. So I think this is game over, but not in the way we were thinking it would go. Okay, what did I miss here? What game are we talking about? She might win this one. Which game? Which game are you guys talking about? Okay, white won here. Yeah, game over. We have a result. Ah, Diana's game. Is she still playing? No, right? Where is she? Oh, she is still playing. What happened here? Queen e7 is mate, no? If I get to play it. We did check this game before. Was it that crazy, or we didn't check it? No, we did not check this game today. Knight c4 here. This looks good for white. Bishop f6. This looks very good for white. Knight d3. It's very uncomfortable for black, right? Okay, but now that pawn on e4 is gone. So that I don't like very much. Unless there's something going on f7. Could rook f1 be played? No, because of knight d2 on rook f1. So she plays here. Knight goes away, rook e1. And knight e6. Nice. Very nice move, queen g5 and rook e8 mate. So the king is not coming out. And now queen h6. So here, how do we do this? We don't, because the rook is pinned. So what if we play king h2 now? What does black play on king h2? She takes on e3, rook takes, and nothing, no? Takes on g7. Very complicated. She plays bishop d4. Makes sense to play bishop d4, because then you can take on g7, and now black has to take on e3. Then she takes here. But then black gets two rooks. And it's once again complicated. She takes here, knight gets out. Black pieces are still very uncoordinated, so she might get something. No? Go here. White won. Okay, so she did win this. She went all the way to c6. And the knight is trapped. Yeah, queen e4. And this was the final position that I saw. Yeah. So this is made no matter what. This queen e4 was really nice. Rook h2 must have been a blunder then. Because here black doesn't seem to be doing... doesn't seem to be losing at least. But she is very cramped. So the position was not easy. Another double-edged game. Well done to Diana. She almost queened the king. Yep, she almost queened the king. This king won the game. Who said that kings are not useful? Here is a king that gives a checkmate. Okay. How were our streamers doing here? How is the game? This game ended. Probably ended after the trades, right? Rook c2, exactly. Rook takes c2 and a draw. And this game, how is this? How is this game? What will Luminitsa play? Probably g5. I expect her to play g5 at some point. But even if you play g5, this is still going to be a draw, you know? Because black will simply take. King takes. And the problem is that even if you lose, if you somehow lose the pawn on f7, the position will still be a draw with the f and h pawns. So let's see what she goes for here after rook a2. King e7 mate is not a move you see every day. It's not. It's true. What other game do we have in progress? We had this one that seemed to be very promising. So we did have rook e3, queen g6, and now queen f3, to which white will take on g5. How will she take on g5? Not sure if that matters very much. Rook takes or queen takes. I'm not sure it matters, no? Maybe rook takes, so I don't know if it's important to keep an eye on this rook. Maybe it is, because now you don't have rook c3. Yeah, queen is watching e8, so maybe you need to use the rook. Probably, yeah. Probably this is what white should do. But even if she takes with the queen, she might have rook f2 ideas. Rook g5 was played, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Because even if she takes like this, the pawn on f4 was hanging. It's probably more complicated. If here actually queen takes is the move, to trade queens and go for the rook endgame. But rook g5 played, and maybe queen f1 with the idea f3. But then you have a very nice move, at least I think you'd have it, which is this one. Because in the end there will be a check on d6 if black takes the pawn. So this move trades one rook. Does it work? So this is what I mean, no? If rook takes queen d6, white wins the rook on e5. Rook g5, queen here, here, and maybe move the rook away. Maybe rook h8. I feel like I'm blundering something here with queen f6 in this position. And then rook takes e3, no? Rook e5 looks like a nice resource that white has after rook takes g5. Can we check board 7 and 9? Yes, we will check board 7 and 9. Okay, how did this happen? Yeah, rook h2, we left it here, and takes. Knight g3, and now she plays f4. Takes, and bishop d1. Let's see if black can win this. She has this passed pawn. Very dangerous passed pawn on g3. I think she should be able to win this. Now, this pawn on b3 is hanging. Can I do anything to... Okay, not to protect it, but maybe get something else in return. Protecting it is impossible. Could I try to get the g4 pawn? I don't think I'm in time for anything. b4, and now bishop a4. And And knight f4 maybe? Don't know. Could we go and get a pawn on the queen side? Not sure. This seems to be winning for black. Bishop a4 played, and I don't think white has any tricks. She will fight for sure, but whenever the king goes out, this king gets in or via d5. And at some point you'll have to allow the king in. King d5, king c4, king d3, there will be a check on b5 and the king will get in. So I think here black will win. And we have also board 9. Wow. Give me a second to understand what's happening here. So I have only one move at this point. My bishop is pinned. I have only king d5. And then queen takes e4. Doesn't this finish the game? Maybe not, because there's still a pawn to win on e3 and the bishop on c5 that defends everything. Let me see if I have anything better on king d5. I have a check on b3 and I also have c4 check, but I wasn't sure that helps. So, oh, this check will do it, no? Queen b3. Yeah, this is what she played, queen b3. And now you have to go on the e file and I play e8 and I get a full queen. Yeah, to any move, white gets a full queen. King e5 or rook c4, e8. And it's game over. So we will have a result here. Probably in a couple of minutes. We have a result. Oh, we did have a result here. White had one. Here, any progress? Rook g5, rook e2. Oh, now she plays king b3. Cute, because this is hanging. King b3, good move actually, no? After rook e2. She's not letting the queen in. King b3. And here we have a little progress. King f6 and king b5. Hey, Pumpkin the cat. Yes. Oh, this is actually sort of the official stream of the tournament. It's just not on official channels. Not Eku's channel, not Romanian Federation's channel, but in the end it was decided to be on my channel. King b5, and is she threatening knight c5? Not yet, no. Knight c5, still not an option because of rook h5. But is this an option now? King a5. How do we defend a5 or we don't? So let's say that black makes a move, maybe something like this with the idea of rook a8. If I take here, on rook a8 the king comes back, so not that. Maybe rook b8, but this doesn't seem so obvious. No, rook b8, rook h8 and rook b8. Now maybe your king won't come out, and black can play bishop d8, or no, not c4, but maybe no, maybe bring the king in and play c4. Not sure. Let's see how this will be played on king b5. Maybe go after the pawn on f4 with bishop d6 and rook f3. King f5 played, so she's going after the pawn on f4. And now, what if I take here, right? Maybe this move, but if this... yeah, you can take. I don't have rook f2. Is this what will be played? This is difficult for black, I believe, this endgame. If I take on a5, what is the idea? I think we will see this move. King takes a5. I'm just curious how this will be played. If black can hold this, I mean. Because the rook on d2 has to stay there and defend the pawn on h2, basically. And maybe now the only thing I have to do is defend c5. Bring maybe my king to d5. Difficult position. The rook b8 idea looked strong. Probably, but I think it's also very difficult. Yes. It's a very difficult idea to see rook h8 and rook b8. This makes more sense to activate the king. Maybe she wants king e4. Can she? No, that cannot happen because knight f2. King e4 is not an option. So probably bishop d6 is the option. But we had another game that I liked. It was an endgame, and this was the endgame. It ended in a draw, that's why I didn't see it anymore. Knight h7 played, and then she played g4. We were looking at this. Pawn takes. Ah, and g5, this was the trick. This g5 was very strong. And then the knight comes out on e7 and knight g6. Very instructive. King f5, and here a draw because knight e7 will repeat moves. Very instructive play. So g4 is a mistake in the end in this position. Well, a mistake. It allows black to make a draw immediately. If you want to keep pushing, you shouldn't play g4 just yet. Maybe that idea. We were looking at this idea, right? b4 and knight c5. Someone suggested this. And then we also thought about playing like this with a knight on d4. But it's not obvious how you break through with white. And here it was an immediate draw with g5. Typical idea in endgames. Give up a pawn and then activate your pieces and create a blockade. And king f5 is the only move, because if you move away, then g5 will fall, and now you even have to Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. White will probably never lose this, but I mean, you might just lose some pawns if you're not careful. So king f5 here, and this will be a draw. Okay, so we also had this game. Yes, we also had this game where the king made it to g7. So now the h-pawn is no longer dangerous. Rook e2 was played in our position, and king f6. And knight e5. Give a check. And she goes to c4. I'm curious, why don't we take this pawn? Probably because we would lose a pawn on the queen side, and this is what she doesn't want to allow. So here b5, rook a8. She wants to keep these pawns and promote them. The thing is, she might even lose the b pawn now. Yeah. Okay, so she goes knight c4. And now if rook b8, she can play b5, b6 and a5. And push the pawns like that. a5, a4, a3. The a pawn is supported by the knight on c4. This looks like a good idea. And h5 was played in the game, and she still played b6. She played b6 anyway. With the same idea, I guess. a5, a4, a3, and then bring the other pawn. It feels like the white pawns are... I mean, the white pawn is blocked. The pawn on h5. Anything happening in this game? Oh, on king f5 she also had knight c5. I missed this. The point being that now you don't have rook h5 anymore, but you could take on f4. Correct? And then you would take on d4. And you don't have this move because of a check. And if you have to go to the 5th rank, then you won't have rook h5. Maybe this, and she comes back here. Oh wait, we have moves. King c5, d3. Keeping this pawn. Okay, and what if king c4? King e4. Okay then, I will play king d4, not king c4, right? Yes, king d4 played. Now rook takes d3, rook h2 will happen. Probably drawish again. I don't have to take on d3, but what else? If I don't take on d3, what? I will have to take that pawn eventually. So I think we will actually see a draw here in this game. How about this game? The king made it to d5, the bishop's on b5, and now king c4 is a threat, and it's black to play, so she can play king c4 here. On king f4 she has bishop d2, no checks. There's knight e4 though. Knight e4 defends c3. But actually even here you don't have to defend that pawn because you take both here, both pawns. And this should be winning. We will see for sure king c4, right? What else? King d2. Yeah, this is this is possible. So how do we make progress from this position? Whenever I go back here, then white will go here and not allow my king to get in. This is what she's considering here. She's trying to find a way to get in. She did play king c4. We'll see king d2. How do we break through here with black? King b3. Maybe, but then the knight will wait. You'll wait with knight e4 maybe. Let's see how if she will find something for sure. It's very difficult to defend as well. Do we have anything here? We have a3 played, so she's trying to create a passed pawn. Instead of taking on d3, she will create a passed pawn, and then let's see if she can support that. Very resourceful, this endgame. What do we do with black then? King f5, b4. Okay, maybe we can try to get the king in. Yeah, maybe we can try to get the king in, because at some point this king will have to leave, and then, so what if you play here, right? And then b4, and then you take, and then you give a check, and now if king takes, you take on b4, and if king c5, then you play king e4, and you also have a pawn on d3, dangerous pawn on d3. But you have to find king f5 and rook h4. You have to find this. Don't know if there's anything else. Probably. There must be other moves as well. But then the pawn might advance too much. Here we have king d2. King d2 played. We have this game where what happened? King b3, rook e6, rook e3, and rook c2. Wait, so here rook e3 and rook c2, because you have to defend now. And now she's threatening rook g4. This is the idea. Okay. Very interesting games here. We have... Okay, this is What is happening here? It's white to play, and that rook on e3 is hanging, right? So if I take it, I guess there is a perpetual. Check. If king g2, there is one. Like that. So what if king f1? I guess here as well you have a perpetual like that. Okay, so pawn takes e3 won't work. White gives a check. Oh, and now you can take the rook. So here the game ended. Was rook e3 forced in this position? It looks like, yeah, rook e3 was forced. It was last chance because queen h8 was coming. So you have no queen move. This is queen g7. Yeah, and here queen h8. Okay, so we have a result on board 15. How is this game going? The pawn went to a5, so she's listening to us. She will go a4, a3. I don't like perpetual, not in that position when I can win. But are you perpetual or are you a stalemate? I think you have to choose. In the end. So here. Okay, we have two rooks for the queen. Rook h5 just played, and here I think it's black playing for a win. She's trying to promote that pawn. Whose turn is to play? White. White's. Okay, threats. Something with f5 will be threatened. So that's a good point here. That you can't move the queen, which means that this pawn can just advance. And whenever you take it, there's f5. I think black is winning here, then. Here, board 22. Wow, what is happening in this game? Black is winning as well. So the balance. We get a balance then. Is she winning though? That pawn on d3 looks very dangerous. That's why I thought she's winning. But is there anything here? I don't think there's anything, no. b7 is well defended. c8 is problematic, but well, not that much. Queen h3. What do we have? Rook e8, for example. Rook c7. Yes, here black will probably win as well. So we have black winning here, black winning here. How are things going in this game? The Russian duel. Rook a6. How are we doing? Dina has an extra pawn, but then this is another difficult endgame. Lena will play b6 next. I would go for a draw here as well. I think it's very likely that this ends in a draw as well. This game is still going on. Is this a Bulgarian duel? I think so. This is board 26. Yes. And how are things going an exchange up for white, but black has a pawn for the exchange. Now this rook can't get in. This is all protected. So she seems to be doing okay for now, unless she will be forced to play b5 and the king will get in. Can she hold this? How can white get in? She can get in through e5. King d2, king d3, king d4, and king e5, something like that. But when I play king e2, bishop b5, king d2, and the bishop will have to come back if you don't want to allow rook c8. King g2 played. So what's the plan then? Is king... No, I don't think she'll go to h3. What's on h3? I think she should go for d3, d4. But let's see. So many games where one side has the queen and the other side has pieces. Here it seems that black is doing great as well. It's white to play, so let's check if she has anything. No checks. And this is hanging. What happens on rook b3? King a5. I don't have f3 because this rook is hanging. Maybe rook... Okay, and this pawn is hanging now. So I might want to play f3 then. What did she play? She didn't play anything for now. How's f3? Queen h2, king e1. b6, rook takes b3 anyway. King a5. Maybe white can try something like this. And here I thought we take. King a5. Rook c5. I feel like I'm helping white a little bit. But maybe king e2. I mean bishop e2, king a7. Another check. Yeah, let's see what she plays here. Probably f3. How is Dina doing? I think I just checked her game. This was about equal, I thought. King f7. She has an extra pawn. But this is not easy, no? What about b6 here? She might want to play knight d6. But on knight d6, rook a7. Oh, rook a7, king g6. No, rook takes g7. King a5, king h5, b7, rook b4. No, that does not work. But so knight d6. I'll give a check. king g6. Knight takes g7 can be played, no? Just take with the knight. Okay, so not knight d6 then. Rook b4, then... If rook b4, then I wanted to take this pawn here. And this is going to be a draw. You play g6 probably. Yeah. And nothing. Wait, I could still go wrong here, right? Okay, 5 g6. With white I could still go wrong because now on g6... Ah, but my knight is not hanging because I will take on f5. I meant that if I go knight g3, then... No, here I have knight e2. Okay, just trying to win this knight. Maybe like this. This might be the way to win the knight. A check here, king g2 and rook g4. But then b7, so I'm never winning that knight. Yeah, I am. And here. Okay. I could still go wrong. But I expect b6 to be played. I expect to see this next. This game is still being played, and where are Andrea's pawns? They are gone, but she has an active king. She wants to take here. Not enough though, right? f3 is hanging. Black is winning now. How did this happen? It was difficult. I remember that her position was not easy. Yes. b4. She played this. And then not bishop a3, but bishop d2. So black keeps her rook locked. Rook c2. And now she wants this move. Bishop c4. Why does she play bishop c4 or not rook a2? Because of bishop c1, I think. Yes, if you play here, bishop c1, and then this bishop is hanging. Takes here, she takes here. Opposite color bishops. Okay, you still have rooks on the board, but might be easier to make a draw. So she plays bishop c4. Keeping more pressure, and now bishop d5. Because now I still have bishop c1. I still have bishop c1. Here I just take here, and this is nice for white, right? Check here and rook d7. Okay. Bishop d5 then. Takes. She got this passed pawn, but shouldn't be so much. King f3. The problem is the rook all the time. No? Active rook. And then your rook is stuck, and now she's losing some pawns. And that's exactly how she lost the pawns. Why didn't she go on f5? She went on h5 here, but if she goes on f5, she wanted to win this. But I think now she cannot win this, I think. She has to go there, and on rook a4 she will take here. And most likely king c7, king g7. So she goes to h5. Rook a4, king h6. And you only get one pawn. There, takes this one. And what if we take the one on a7? Which looks more dangerous. I think d4 is is a problem then. And king c4. So this one here, g4, a4. She took here, f3, and this is our position. f4, rook f3. And if f5, what will black play now? Feels like rook f3 is helping a little bit. So f3, maybe a3 immediately. But or rook h4, no? Or rook h4? And on g5, I was just thinking that instead of 2 pawns, white will have 1 pawn. 1 passed pawn. Because now she gets 2 of them. She keeps it. But maybe... Ah, she has rook g3. Yeah, of course. Rook g3, so she still gets 1 of them. Okay, so rook f3 is working. Nothing wrong with rook f3. What if she takes on d5? King c4 probably. And rook f5, a3. And you don't catch the pawn. So if here, I was just trying to get both pawns and then advance them, but this is losing. What else on rook f3? If she has anything. g5. I guess we take and a3. She can take this one, but here, and I think the black pawns will advance. They will be far away, and I will be able to sacrifice my rook for the pawn on g5 and win with the 2 pawns. Tough endgame for Andrea here. Looking tricky for white. Yeah, I agree. Looking looking lost even, probably. Okay, this endgame. We left it around here. Oh, we left it with a pawn on f4. Here we left it. There, and I thought she might... No. There was a king on f5. Anyway, she played f5. Okay, checks. And now I think she could also just wait here. And this pawn is pinned, so there's no g5. She waits on a1, and now she wants rook h1. For example, on this move, right? This is bad because of rook h1 and rook g1 next. So she's still defending against g5, and now she gives checks. Ah, no, she doesn't give a check. I thought she would give a check here. But she plays rook a1, which is fine as well. King here. And king e5 because this was a draw? Or did she actually play king e5 in the game? Because the normal thing to do, rook a1, king h4, is to repeat moves with rook h1. So it might be because they put the kings in the center to make a draw. Anything exciting happening here? Yes, something exciting happened here and I missed it. I missed all the action here. So takes. This is where we left it. Rook c2, queen f1. I thought this was just a nice equal position. She wanted rook queen to b1. But now here and here, right? King a4. And your rook is pinned. So here too, white blundered with rook g7. She plays rook b7. And her idea is that if black takes, there is queen f7. And then this rook can take on c3. Might still not be enough, but black played king a8. So now what are you going to do about this rook? So another decisive result here probably on board 2. And we might see Yulia playing Gunai tomorrow. We might have Osmak Mamadzala in tomorrow's pairing. Who is leading now? I'm just going to check the round. On 4.5 we have Mamadzada Gunai, Alexandra Maltsevskaya, and we will probably have Yulia Osmak. We have to see if what happens on board 4, if this will be a draw, and it looks like this will be a draw. Let me see. We left it here. d3 takes a3, king f. She played king f5. Yeah. And she played king e6. This is even easier, because you need the rook to advance the pawn. And then king e5. She wants king e4 if white allows it. So here. e6. How is g4 here? b7, rook h8. Rook here and rook b8. And king c5, g3. Draw. And we have rook c2 in the game. King b5. She can give another check and play g4, or she can go... No, she will give another check for sure. To not allow rook b3. So king here and now g4. Wait, she played king c6. Okay. So the check, king c6, and now g4, most likely. Three players on 4.5, yes. Am I streaming for organization or individually? This is supposed to be, this is the official stream. I'm streaming for the organizers of the European Championship. Gaboyan will be a draw. Let me see that. This will be a draw. And it will be a draw because she will lose the pawns? No, because the king will... Wait, what is happening? The king will make it... So on a3? Ah, because rook a3 is... Yes? Because she will get the pawns. So this will be a draw. It wasn't easy. Anyway, no? She goes here. So maybe here was the moment. Maybe here was the moment to keep the pawn on b6 and try to play knight a5. Maybe even right away and try to do it like this and play a3. Though advancing the pawns looked very natural. Cannot take on a4 because of knight b2. King here, and now she goes b3. There, and now she would like to play a3, but she can't. I would have liked to have the pawns the other way around, have the a pawn first. So, but here if I play a3, then the king gets on b3, no? If I play this one, the king gets here, so it's still a draw. I can't allow that. This is already tricky, right? Black is not forced to take. Let's see this final position. a3. No, black is not forced to take, but if you don't take the rook, then rook b3 and take here, right? So it's a draw now. How do you defend this pawn? You don't. If you don't play a3, you have nothing else. And she must have realized this. That's why she's thinking here. She spent 6 minutes. No, she's about 5 minutes she spent after king c2, and she's probably just realizing that this is a draw. Tricky endgame, yeah. Very tricky one. Most likely like this. This is the way it will end. And you can't checkmate with 2 knights. Do we have any other results? For example, what is happening in Andrea's game? Andrea Kosman. She must have finished because no, I don't see the board here. What board was her? Here. Board 33. She did finish the game and she lost. Rook f3. King f5 was played. Yeah, king f5 is... I think king f5 just gives black an extra move, because then you can't take on f5, but she was probably just running out of ideas here. a3 and yeah. Rook d4. No. No, this couldn't have happened. This is probably where she resigned, and there are pieces all over the place. And a checkmate with the king again. Some practical chances if you leave the pawn. No, I thought about that, but let me see, where was that game? Where is the game? Here. Board 17. So on a3, knight takes g4, rook takes a4, and hope for a blunder. Yeah, maybe. So here what would you play? Knight e3 and king b1. Hope for king c3 here, but that's too much, because then there is nothing else to hope for. Rook b4 and rook b2. You can try to bring the king in and rook b4, and I will take it. Yes, just take it. So the other thing was here, a3, rook a3, knight a3, king b2, Knight b5. G5, knight g6. No, but I don't think so, no? Yeah, this is the only way you can try to win, because white has a pawn, but it's not like she's going to get her king all the way to h8. I should just stay here on the b file. She's not going to go into a mating net by herself. Now, most likely a draw. And she's still thinking, they must have made a draw already, because she's running out of time. She'll have to make a move if they are still playing. Here white has a passed pawn on the g file. How did she do that? Her rook got in. So she played king g2, king f7, she went to h3, and bishop b5. I thought king g6, but then king h4 she wanted, and then king h6, and you're probably just being zugzwang at some point. King h4 was probably possible, yeah? Rook h8, there, she takes this one. Here, there. Bishop d3, king g3. And now she goes to the other side, king e3. Yep, let's see if white can win this, but I think she will. So let me go back to the game. Here. So she played this, knight a3, takes there, g5, knight g6. Okay. Is white going to g8 now? Or to h1? Will they play 50 moves? I have no doubt that white knows that she needs to stay in the center. What is happening in this game? I thought something like this will come out of our endgame. So we can see what was the game. King b7. She played rook a7, not b6. King g6. And now she took on b7. She just went for this endgame without having to, which is a theoretical draw, but it has been lost. People have lost this. You have to defend well and not fall for tricks, no? How about the first boards? So here Julia Osmak won on the second board, a third player with 4.5. Yes. Rook. This was the game. Rook b7, rook king a8, and now she took on a7 because takes, and queen f7. She wants to take on c3, but king b6, and when she takes on c3, rook a8 is going to be a checkmate. And if she takes here, then this is a checkmate. First two boards decided by blunders, no? But here, in this game, black had some pressure, so white cracked under pressure, we can say. And in this game, we will see a draw soon. Very soon. We still have this game. Oh, our game ended, and it ended in a draw. Just repetition here with knight d6 and knight f5. We have this endgame being played. Knight d5, king g5. And then she will play king h6 and support the pawn advance. King g5, yes, played. Bishop, let's say d3, bishop e4. White will win this. White will win this one. Was there any other game that we were looking at? What's happening in this endgame? Oof, so many interesting endgames. So here white is trying to win this. And what she will probably try to do is... No, but I don't think she can do that. If this pawn was a little bit further, she could have tried to go get the pawn on h5. But here, what happened to my camera? Gone. Our left camera is gone. That's one camera that doesn't seem to survive until the end. Don't know if we still need it, but yeah, probably no need to ask for it anymore. In the other playing hall there are... Okay, there's one more game being played in the other hall. Camera very weak. Yes, we're not lucky with the cameras today. So let's take them off for now. We'll have them back tomorrow. And let's focus on the game then. So, what else can she try here? She can try to push the pawn and then advance like this. So, for example, if bishop g4, I might be able to go c6 now. And king d5, king rook f7. And then I will win it. So what do I need to do here with black? If I advance the pawn, then I lose the pawn. Yes? Or am I missing something? Rook h6. Well, she still needs to win this. No, here or not. Maybe this. Bishop f3. No, but this is winning. No, if she gets this pawn, it's winning. What else? The threat is c6 and king d5. Bishop a4. King d5. Or rook h6. And on bishop a4 again, I want to play king d5. Oh wait, but I can play bishop f3 now. And white doesn't have king d5. I will take this pawn, give this one up, and draw the endgame. So rook f6. I was trying bishop a4, but then this move actually here. Check here, and on bishop here I will play here. Doesn't make much sense, no? Makes some sense to go to b5. Let's see what black plays here. So bishop a4, king d5, bishop b3, king d4, bishop here. yeah, still complicated. And she plays bishop b3. She doesn't want to allow king d5. So on c6. Bishop a4. And king d5. King b6. And then you take the pawn. You'll play h4. So white doesn't get to play king c5. King d4 played. And bishop d1, right? More. The king made it to h6 here. And black is to play. She will play what? King a4 probably. And I expect this rook to go all the way and get the knight. To end games with exchange up here. Still playing. How many moves have they played already? Last capture was here, move 51. So we will wait. They will have to make 30 more moves before black and white can claim a draw. This did end in a draw. Was there any other game that we were watching? No, I think these are the last ones left. There's one more here. But here, it's white to play. No, this game must have finished. White must have won this. Or not. No, wait, black must have won this. Because rook f2 is mate. Even if you get a queen? No, but you don't get a queen. Rook g8, king h6. So black won this game. Black must have won this. We just don't have the result. We have this endgame here. We have here still being played. Two more moves played here. Stay with this game. I think this might be interesting. How does white win this? She play rook e3. And if you just wait. Aha. So if you wait here, she wants... No, she doesn't want that. I thought she wants to take, but maybe rook f3, king e4, bishop e4. So, rook e3, bishop f5. So is this a fortress? King b5. Maybe here, but then the king stays on a4. And you can't really play this move because you lose the house here. You lose the pawn on a3 and the pawn on b4. This will be very difficult for white to win. Any progress here? Doesn't look like it. This seems to be going the right direction for white. This is the only game where things could happen. black played b5, not king b5. She might want to play a5, I think. No, I don't think she wants... a5 takes, yeah, and trade the pawns with b4. a5 takes, and then b4. Not sure if white can win this. Okay, nothing much happening here. And here white is trying to find the winning position. What can white do now? I think to any move a5 is coming. Or if you try something like rook c3 is not taking you anywhere. You're not going to play rook c8. How is a5 in this moment? Takes. Maybe you get to play this move here, and I get to play here. And this is what you want. And take this knight. But then knight will move away. Knight f4, knight h4. And you want bishop e5. And I will play knight d3. And maybe bishop d6 to stop knight f4 and to defend a3. Have to take on, you have, and you will play g6, and then black will have to take. g6 next. Was there anything better? Most likely. So, but she played, okay, she plays bishop d8. She doesn't allow a5. Now the king has no move, so what does black need to do? Play knight somewhere. But if this, can she go here now? And on here, take here. And promote the pawn. This looks winning. So, knight h4. Knight h4 played. But rook f3 will happen next. So if I wait, king g7, now knight g6, rook f3 I was planning. And if this bishop moves away, then could I go rook f6? Rook f6, knight h4. At least I take this pawn. And now it's with tempo. And then rook h6, there's knight f5. King g7 played. I expect to see knight g6 back. And here I should go to c2 maybe. Or play knight h4. She played knight g2. Which also works because you will come back to f4 or h4. And what about the other games? What about this game, for example? We're getting close to having 50 moves. And here? Okay, white has made a lot of progress here. How did she achieve that? She played c6 here. And h4, and here we were looking at this. And very important, this king b6 move. This king b6 was key. Again, not easy, but h3, rook f7, and now she is winning. Yeah, this will be winning. Bishop f5 maybe, and now she will give, what will she play? She can play here and go to the other side here. No, h2. I have king b6, and that's a mate on g8. So white will win this in the end. Very difficult defense for black. It's always difficult to defend these endgames. And this one is still very tricky. King a8 and bishop b8 protects against mate. When you have rook against bishop, right? Normally they do, yeah. When you don't have pawns, rook against bishop, that's usually the defense. Okay, but I missed some moves here. Rook g3, knight f4, rook e3, knight g2, rook c3. Knight f4. What is she planning on knight f4? Rook c6, king a3. This is very interesting to see if white can win this. Very interesting. I think black is defending very well. Yeah, here you don't have that option now because you need to be on the in the other corner. You need to be king a1 and bishop b1, for example, or king h8 and bishop g8. But now with the pawn, it's even more difficult. King a7. You can even go c7 now, right? I think that's what she wants to do. h2, rook h8, and you come back to the pawn. And here you have a check. And play c8. She played bishop c8, rook h8. And we will see this. This idea. Now she has to play h2. Otherwise she loses the bishop, and now takes. Rook goes back to h8. And play rook g8. No, bishop b8 is not legal. I thought you meant in general. So here bishop moves. You give another check here, and now you wait, no? And then rook takes c8. Which leaves us with these two games. Okay, still drawish, and here e5 was played. Rook f3 and e5, because knight g6 she can take on f5 and then take that knight on g6. So she plays e5. And bishop f6, does that win the pawn? No, bishop g4, rook f2, and to take on a3. It's getting very complicated here. here, here. Not bishop c7 though, no? You can still save it with bishop e4, yes, with king f6. Yeah, could have gone bishop c7 as well, then. And if I can go bishop c7, I'm really winning the pawn. King f6 played in the game. Bishop g4, rook f1. And now, king e5. This is the plan. Bishop e2 played. And I guess rook f2 now. Or doesn't rook f2 work? Okay, the idea is that on rook f2, then you don't have king e5 anymore because of a check on d3. So if you play here, then you won't be able to take this one. No? You can even take here. And if here, you lost the rook, knight d3. So she plays rook e1. But rook e1 is also... You still cannot take on e5, I mean. And if I take on e2, takes, and g6, you catch the pawn. So I meant something like this. I was wondering if I could take here and play g6, but then knight f4. And when I play g7, you have knight h5. So here, I should actually play bishop d3. So let's see the game, and now she will take on e5 because there's no knight d3 check. King e5, knight g6, king f6, and now you don't have that support on f5 for the bishop. Hi, Alnikop. We have one more interesting game going on here. Probably here, king f6. And now you don't have king a3 because of rook e3. So move the bishop, yes? And then look for another way. So this played king g6, king f6 will probably happen. Happened. And now? Now I thought here, rook e3, wait. How will she get the knight out? She played knight f4, also possible. Not allowing g6. Could we go rook e3 now? No, because of knight d5. Don't hang your rook. With white. If you want to win this, you shouldn't hang your rook. So I'm looking again for ideas with sacrificing and then pushing the pawn. Maybe like that. How about here? There's still knight d5. Rook a1. And then she'll get another chance to think again, no? What's happening here? Still fine for white. And our game, oh, this one was the one that didn't have a result, but the other one has finished. I guess white won there. And here, this one was a draw. Yep. So only these two games left. something like rook d1 and rook f1. And king f7, try to somehow push that pawn. For example, if I get to play rook g1 and g6, and have my bishop on a5, I will win it, right? I'm looking at getting something like this. Okay, she plays bishop e7, but I'm just trying to get this just to show what I think she's looking for. Knight f4, and here g6. Can that be played? On knight g6 I want to take, and if bishop takes, king takes, and on king a3 this bishop blocks the a pawn, so you can just go and get the pawns. Because if this bishop is not there, I was afraid that king a4 could be an option. So for example, bishop e7, let's say that we do the same. Rook g1, I mean here king here. She played king b2, rook d1 played. So here if rook g1, this, and now if I play here, then I take, rook takes, bishop takes, king takes, and king a4. This is what I was trying to avoid. Now a5 is coming and black made a draw. That's why I wanted my king on a5. But let's see if she can get something like that. This was of course with a lot of help from black, but I guess this is one of the positions that white is looking for. Bishop c2 played. And rook d2, yeah. Because now on knight g6 she will take on c2 and on g6. She has another check on h5, king f7, and she can come back to f4, and then rook f2. Oh, here, and if she comes back, rook f2. Should do the trick. Knight h5 played, king f7, for sure king f7 will happen. No, king f7 did not happen. King e5 happened, and king c3. And now, oh, is she looking for this endgame? Take here and play g4. No, she played rook d6. I understand what she's looking for. She's not allowing knight f4 anymore. So now she wants to play g6, which is unavoidable. In the meantime, here, still fine. Few more moves and white can claim a draw. King b3 played. Oh, and now she will take on a6, right? And I think that will do if she takes that pawn as well. Then she can get another passed pawn if black waits. I guess g6 is an option, right? She can try to block, but king f6 or bishop f8 or bishop f6. Bishop f8. Knight g7 played. How is bishop f8 now? Knight and g6 or knight h5. and g6. White will win this. I think bishop f8 is a move that she will play now. Not yet played. How are Dina and Elena doing here? Fighting it out. Still drawish. Bishop f8 played, and I think now this will be over. Let me check the results once again. So how many players on 3.5? 1, 2, 3, 3 players on 3.5. Various players on 4. I mean on 4.5. 3 players on 4.5. Various players on 4. And now everything is tight. Anything can happen. I think tomorrow we will see... Well, it's not clear. We might see Yulia against Gunay or against Alexandra Maltsevskaya. Bishop f8 and the clock stopped, which means that yes, I have a result here. White won. So there's only one more game left, but I think we will wrap it up for today because I expect this to end in a draw in about 10 more moves when white can claim this. Thank you very much for staying with me until the end, and thank you for watching the games. We will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm pretty sure Renier will join. He'll have to make up for missing today. So tomorrow at the same time, 2 p.m. CEST, that's round 6, and then there is a rest day on Sunday. And we will be back on Monday. So thank you again. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Bye.